Good evening. This special meeting of the Board of Trustees is being held Tuesday, May the 10th, 2022. The meeting is being called to order and the time is 5:30. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Good evening again. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Liam Medell, third grader at Helen Ball Elementary. Welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. We'll begin with item 3, board honors. Our presenter is Daniel Escobar.
Good evening, President Morales, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Daniel Escobar, Chief Communications Officer for the district, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. If you'll please step down to receive our honorees. Our first recognition will honor SISD middle school art students for placing in the citywide Junior Visual Arts Scholastic event. The annual Junior Vase competition recognizes exemplary student achievement in visual arts and provides the artists a high standard of excellence to work toward. This year, not only did Socorro ISD have the most entries submitted into the competition, but overall students within Team SISD earned more platinum medals, the highest honor given in the competition, than all of the other participating districts combined. Congratulations to the SISD Junior Vase winners. They are, please. From Enzer Middle School, Isabel Juarez. From Ernesto Serna, Marlene Rodriguez. From Herschel Antwine, Uchka Basanyam. From Hernando Middle School, Daniel Tomlinson. From Puentes Middle School, Donovan Andrade Leon. From Slider Middle School, Alexa Varela. Also from Slider, Alicia Estorga. Continuing with Slider, Ellie Hernandez. And Shelby Montes Garcia from Slider. Students, if we can have you back to the front for a photo with our superintendent and board of trustees. And just a quick note that the photos taken by our district photographer, Mr. Largo, are posted on the district website. There's a camera icon on the bottom right-hand corner where those photos will be posted and available for free high-resolution download. Keep smiling, looking straight ahead. Congratulations once again. Our next recognition goes to the Helen Ball Elementary Student Council for being recognized as an award-winning campus by the Texas Association of Student Councils. Helen Ball is the only elementary school in the El Paso area to earn the TASC Outstanding Student Council and Sweepstakes Awards. The honor was awarded based on their collective work for pride and patriotism, promoting drug and alcohol safety and health, and for contributing to their school energy and environment. Congratulations to the Hallenball Elementary Student Council. Ava Ballesteros. Ryan Cervantes. Carlos Aviles. Abigail Farah. Madeline Sanchez. Roxanne De Leon. Ayla Medel. Josiah Vasquez. Zeta Concepcion. Abigail Alcantar. Daphne Morales. Haley Coca. Lily Sedna. Samantha Lujan. Advisor Sonia Cardosa Miranda. And Alexandra Castillo. If we can have you back to the front for a photo as well, please. Keep holding up certificates, looking straight ahead. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Congratulations once again. For tonight's final recognition, we honor 3 SISD high school student councils who earned the 2022 National Gold Council of Excellence Award. This honor is awarded to high school student councils that exhibit an exemplary record of leadership, service, and activities that serve to improve their school and community. These schools represent 3 of only some 250 high school student councils recognized in the entire nation, and they also represent 10% from all of Texas. Congratulations to the Eastlake, Mission Early College, and Montwood High School student councils. Representing Eastlake High School, Alyssa Colwell. Ana Elena Ramirez. Danielle Carvajal. Elijah Ramirez. Star Flores. Stephanie Corral. And their advisor is Kelly Akins. And we're going to do individual photos with each of the high schools. So if you all would please return to the front. Keeps, I think, one row more. Congratulations once again. Continuing with student council from Mission Early College High School, Ana Nunez. Andrea Nunez. And their advisor is Drew Dungan. If we can have the three of you back up front for a photo, please. Congratulations once again. And now the student council from Montwood High School, Alondra Romero. Andres Garcia. Angelina Levy. Aubrey Garcia. Audrey Sandoval. Carolina Vasquez. Diego Romero. Carla Chavez. Kiara Salcedo. Lucero Espinosa. Maui Muñiz. Natalia Herrera Arvizo. Riley King. Sofia Varela. Tony Gonzalez. Vianney Chin. Chai. Victor Munoz. Vivian Heredia. Viviana Muñiz. Julian Luna. And their advisor is Anna Player. If we can have you all back to the front for a photo, please. Let me see everybody's faces. Congratulations once again. And that concludes our recognitions for this evening. Thank you. This way.
Kleenex.
We're going to go ahead and proceed to our next item, item 4, public comment. We do have a speaker. Before we do that, I'll go ahead and read our bylaw. The district is the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in our district, and board meetings must be focused on meeting this charge. The district board meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act to conduct business of the district. They are not, however, meetings of the public. Therefore, all persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum. Individuals shall refrain from using harmful and offensive content for respect of the rights and reputation of others. We greatly appreciate those individuals who have requested to speak to the board during open forum or in regards to a specific agenda item. We are bound by certain time constraints in order to cover all the items on the agenda, and therefore must limit presentations to 5 minutes. Please respect the rights of others in your presentation. By law, the board cannot take action upon or discuss any item which is not posted on tonight's agenda, but we will give all presentations our serious consideration. Thank you. Let's proceed. Our first speaker is, we have Brandon Perrott. Brandon Perrott. I hope I pronounced that properly.
It's actually simpler. It's just like the bird. It's parrot.
Parrot? Oh.
Yes. Everybody wants to make it more complicated than it is. So,
I apologize.
yes. My name is Brandon Parrott, and I'm with Field Turf, Target Sports Construction. Just wanted to address the board before the consideration for the approval of the synthetic turf, artificial turf replacement project is voted on later this evening. What I want to point out to the board is make sure that the proposal which was submitted, and I received written communication from the purchasing department on April 20th that the field turf bid of $2,515,000 was $1.2 million lower than the Hellas bid of $3,724,000. Over the course of the weeks after receiving that written communication from purchasing, I was asked to provide lots of options and additional add-ons and pricing for those options. I think somewhere in that process there was confusion that took place, because I know the committee has been asked to consider and told that our bid was higher than our competitor. The only way that that's possible is if a long tally list of options got added together, all of which would never be placed on one field all at the same time. So our proposal, which came from our experts, which mirrors the fields we've put in at the University of Texas, UTEP, Texas Tech, that's what I'm asking that you please consider this evening, and also really look for that apples to apples comparison, because somewhere in this process it's gotten skewed. So that was my point in coming forward to the board this evening, and just asking you to consider that tonight when you're reviewing the proposals for this replacement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go ahead and move to board workshop presentation of the fiscal year 2022-23 review estimates of preliminary budget. Our presenters, Mr. Tony Russell.
So, President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, tonight we continue in our series of budget workshops for the purpose of adopting the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget for the Socorro Independent School District. Provided you an updated presentation in front of you. I'll go over that now. We'll discuss the general fund revenue estimates as they stand at this current time. We'll certainly discuss the general fund child nutrition debt service program. We'll go over the debt service fund budgets as well as the federal entitlements. We'll also discuss briefly the June 14th workshop where we hope to present to you a compensation proposal for the district. As you see there, the general fund revenues, we have currently estimates of $458.3 million. That's an increase of $5.9 million from the revised budget. Again, increases because of increase in property values. That's why you see the increase in local revenue. A decrease in state revenue because our ADA percentage increase is lower than our property values. An increase on federal revenue because of increase in we feel would be the indirect cost from ESSER funding. So currently in our budget, we have a commensurate general pay increase of 3% for nurses, librarian, teachers, counselors, and all other job classes. A $1,000 retention payment for all eligible employees to be paid out of ESSER funding. And you should have a copy of those eligible employee groups in front of you. Staff positions for Ben Narbeth, additional instructional positions for the special education program, funding for the laptops of the incoming freshman class, preliminary funding for the dual language and elementary academies. That's not finished yet. Startup funds for Eastlake Middle School, and replacement of 3 football fields for the upcoming fiscal year. So you hear this, you see the amounts that are proposed by function, $471.2 million in the operating budget. So you have a budget in front of you, a detailed budget. You can ask questions later on after this presentation, or if you have any questions during the week, feel free to call me. But you'll see positives certainly in instruction. There's some negative amounts in other functions. Usually when you see negatives, it's because of the fact that last year we had a $1,000 lump sum payment that was paid out of the general fund. We don't have that in '23. So when you see some of those line items with respect to salaries, and there's a negative number, it's probably because of that. So I'll go ahead and go to where we stand on the current status. So currently we stand at $12.8 million projected deficit or use of fund balance to balance the budget. Again, this is an ongoing process. It's not set in stone. As we move forward through the process, these numbers are certainly going to change. So I want to make sure that we're clear with that. It's certainly it's a very dynamic budget as we move forward. So actions still to take place. Certainly any additional department requests will be reviewed. A final review of the funding for the dual language program, as well as the academies. We're going to present to you the TASB compensation recommendation. So what we've heard is that next week we should get the first draft of the TASB study. So we hope to present to you probably a workshop either the last week in May, maybe the first week in June, to present the recommendations. So you have a full evening to review it, look at the information, ask questions and so forth, and then perhaps we can incorporate any kind of recommendations into our compensation proposal that we hope to present on June the 14th. And again, this budget is not set. So we'll be reviewing it as we go through the budget process. So here you have the child nutrition services. We have $34.3 million. That's with a 3% increase. We're looking at the use of fund balance of about $96,000. You'll see primary revenues, federal revenues, and you see the payroll expense being $11.9 million, with supplies of $17.6 million. I'll go quickly. Debt service, we're looking at $64.2 million. We hope to pay off some debt for the next coming year. And therefore, what you're seeing there is an increase of about $1.4 million in the budgeted primarily for principal. We're hoping to maybe pay off some principal debt and help certainly lower some of the debt that's listed. The rating agencies have mentioned that our debt is a little bit high. Now, that is a function of a growing school district. But here, we have an opportunity to maybe pay off some debt next year, and we'll discuss that later. You have there the print shop budget. It's at $627,375. You have payroll expenses of $259,000, contracted services of $180,000, supplies of $109,000, and so forth. So it's a slight decrease from our current revised budget in the print shop. So what I want to explain is these budgets that I'm going to talk to you from moving forward are going to be under the consent budget. You will, on June, adopt 3 budgets: the general fund, the debt service, and the child nutrition budget. These other budgets will be under the consent agenda. So I just want to make sure we're clear with that, but we're providing that information in case you have any questions. With respect to workers' comp, we have a $2.8 million budget, a little increase of about $54,000. Primarily contracted services is to pay off the claims. That's why you have that budget, and you have a payroll expense of about $215,000. Healthcare, we're looking at a budget of about $68.1 million. That's an increase of about $741,000. In case we're incorporating an increase of 3% with respect to payroll, as well as contracted services. So there's an increase there. And again, the increase in payroll isn't that much because of the fact that the lump sum payment is going to come out of ESSER funding, not out of the debts, out of the healthcare fund. And then with respect to the entitlements, we have Title I. We have $11.9 million. Again, this is the tentative entitlement. We start off with a tentative entitlement, and then during the year, there's additional funding that comes in from the state. So that's why you'll see that the revised amount is about $2.3 million lower. We're very conservative. We go ahead and budget the lower amount to start off, and then we revise the budget as we get additional fundings from the prior year, so forth. Here is Idea B. As you can see, it's primarily a payroll expense of $7.9 million. Again, as we move forward, if for any reason we give raises, and if we can't continue to keep these positions, we move them into the general fund. But when you look at the payroll expense, this is primarily diagnosticians, SPED teachers, and so forth that we have here. This is Idea B Idea B preschool, $225. It's a small budget, so that budget is $100,000. That's a slight decrease, but again, as we go through the year, we get rollover funds from the state, and that budget is increased accordingly. We have Fund 212, which is Title I Part C Migrant. That's $51,000. It's a small budget. We have one payroll expense, and the other are small amounts. Again, they're in your budget book, and again, they'll be adopted under the consent agenda in June. Then you have 255, Title II, supporting effective instruction. We have a lot of the IOs that are budgeted here. That's why you see a large payroll expense of $1.1 million that we're budgeting. So currently, that's a small decrease. That's a decrease of about $507,000 from our current revised budget. So we have 263 Title III English language learning. That's $1.1 million. Again, we have certainly the TIAs, other positions that are funded out of this particular fund. Finally, we have the Title IV Part A. That's $859,000. Payroll expenses of $456,000. Again, it's a decrease because we get additional funds that we roll over. And again, these entitlements will be under the consent agenda budget. So what we hope to do is bring to you a compensation proposal on June the 14th. That is a week before the regular scheduled board meeting in June. So we'll present compensation. We'll go over the budget as it stands with respect to the general fund, the child nutrition and debt service. We'll answer any questions of the notice that we've published with respect to the public hearing, as well as the impact on taxes for the average homeowner in the Socorro Independent School District. So what you need to keep in mind is that what we propose on June the 14th, then the following week, and when we adopt the budget, we will also be asking the board to adopt compensation. Ordinarily, we do this in May or April. This time, because of the TASB study, we'll have to do it in June. So whatever the board approves, we'll amend it. If it's different from what's recommended, we'll recommend the budget in the following month in July. But the board has to adopt the budget in June. That is necessary. So, are there any questions? I went through these numbers quickly, but certainly you have the budget book. Again, it's a living document. We made some amendments and changes, and we'll keep changing it as we move forward.
President Morales, where do we stand with the TASB?
So, as I mentioned, I believe we're going to get the first draft next week. They'll send it to the administration to review. We hope to see if we can have a budget workshop with the board either the following week, that last week in May, or maybe that first week in June, or earlier if it's the board's desire. So the hope here is to be able to present to you their recommendations, have one evening of presentation, give you the numbers, provide you that information before the meeting so you can look at it, have them present it, and then you'll be able to ask questions. Perhaps we can provide you some data so that when we have the compensation proposal on the 14th, you've already received the TASB study. You've already looked at it. You've already been asked. You've already asked questions, and certainly are asking or presenting possibilities.
But where do we stand? Are they 50% done, 60, 40?
I think they're almost done, sir. I think next week we're supposed to get the first draft, is my understanding. But I'll defer to Mr. Redlinger on that question.
Good evening, Board President Morales, Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. Yes, we were informed that May the 17th, we're going to get our first draft to be able to review it. And that is, if it's all planned and pending, coming from TASB. But we did get the information that will come on May the 17th, next Tuesday, in the morning sometime.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question here.
Yes, sir.
Cassiano, go ahead. No,
Oh, I
I
thought you said.
have a question, Mr. Cassiano, go ahead.
Last time you presented the budget, I brought up about a minimum wage standard for the district. You know, the city already raised theirs to 11. EPISD is proposing a $12. Where do we stand on that? Because I don't see it as a cost driver here, like you're not considering this at all.
Well, sir, again, what TASB presents is going to be a basis for a compensation proposal. So I'm not listing it here, but certainly the TASB study is going to probably recommend a minimum wage. And whatever's presented, whatever's adopted will then be incorporated into the budget. So at this point, even though it's not listed, I can assure you that they're going to address it when they present to the board. And at that point, what the desire of the board is, then we can incorporate that into the budget. So I hope I answered your question. I mean, it's not listed, but certainly we are going to be looking at addressing the minimum wage without a doubt. I mean, it's obviously, when you look at El Paso, I think is recommending $12 an hour, if I'm not mistaken. I think the city's another amount. I think it's something that we're going to have to address.
That should already be considered right now, because that's going to be a big driver of what's going on with the next budget, period. Whether TASB comes forward or not, we have to consider it here for our employees.
Yes, sir.
Or else, you know, we have to take care of this for our employees.
Yes, sir. I totally respect that, and I certainly understand that. I think when they present it, that dollar amount can certainly be in line with the other job categories recommendation, so that we don't have any compression between the different job categories and so forth. That's another reason why we're waiting for them to kind of present their recommendation, so to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir. President Morales. Mr. Odessa, last board workshop, we're looking at 2%, and we increased it to 3%. Thank you. Every percent makes a difference. Is there any way, we're also looking at $1,000 retention payment, and I've been speaking to people down at the Equity Center, and as I'm looking down at the other districts, what they're doing, for example, Newton ISD's, their raise is $8,000. Killeen is 8%. Garland ISD is $60,000 starting pay, 5% midpoint raise for teachers, 4% for all employees, $2,000 retention. Round Rock, Pflugerville ISDs, $15 minimum wage, $18 an hour. Hayes ISD, 7% raise. Dallas ISD retention, $3,500. Houston ISD, 6.75. Red Oak, 6%. This is only to name a few. Now, granted, I get it. ESSER funds only for 3 years. It's a one-time deal. Is there any way we could have options? Instead of, we're looking at 3%, we're looking at $1,000 retention, can you come back in the next board workshop and maybe give us different options? Because I think we could do a lot better than 3% for employees.
Yes, sir. I think we can, in working with Dr. Carmen and getting direction, we can certainly look at providing some type of options with different scenarios, so to speak, that impact not only the general fund or the other funds, but also ESSER funding and maybe a combination of thereof. So, yes, sir, we can look at that. So, without a doubt.
President Morales. Another
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Pereira.
With all the information that was just given, can you put it on a Friday packet to us so that we have an idea of what we're looking, even though TASB study hasn't even come out, just so that we have an idea of what we're looking at?
Yes, sir. I can tell you this. I know that a 1% increase is about $3 million. So, I mean, when you're looking at right now, it's about a $9 million compensation proposal that we have at 3%. But we can see if maybe we can get some numbers for you with the understanding that the TASB probably has more up-to-date information, but we'll see if we can get that information for you and kind of go from there.
Thank you.
Include minimum wage in that one.
All right, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a quick question for you. As far as the compensation, you mentioned 3%. Right now, El Paso High's got that as one of their options, with 5% being their
They have,
final.
I think they have
of the
four options, sir.
Yes, sir. There's 4 options, and 5% with the administrators at 4%, if I'm not mistaken. And I think compensation as well. I'm gonna go on record here. We've got to do better than El Paso ISD. We can't allow, our district is thriving, and I feel that is something you need to consider when we talk again. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate that.
We're going to go to item 5B, presentation of redistricting of SISD member districts. Our presenter, Ms. Maribel Macias.
Yes. President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, I have with us here today Ashley White. She's from Thompson and Horton, and she will be providing information about redistricting, specifically process, timeline, criteria. Ms. White?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I'm going to talk to you all about redistricting, and I'm going to do my best to operate y'all's slide presentation. So let's see. Okay, that's simple. I can do that. All right, so my name's Ashley White. I'm an attorney from Thompson and Horton. I'm from their Dallas office, and I am on the redistricting team. We do redistricting all throughout the state of Texas. I've been on the redistricting team for Dallas ISD, Austin ISD, Corpus Christi ISD, Tarrant County College, just to name a few. And right now I'm helping Socorro ISD with their redistricting process. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about, so today's presentation is primarily just giving you guys some basics about the redistricting process and what to expect. And then the next presentation that we do next month is going to be a little more specific into some of those legal requirements as it pertains to redistricting criteria. And I'll also have my colleague with me, a demographer from Zonda Demographics, and they will be here to talk about the census data. So, okay, so what is redistricting? Redistricting is basically the process of redrawing the boundaries of the elective districts, so the single member districts throughout a government entity. And the reason why we redistrict is because population changes. Texas is becoming a state that a lot of people are moving to, and so for the most part, most of the major cities throughout the state of Texas are having to go through the redistricting process in response to the census data that was released in 2020. And so redistricting happens every 10 years, and it's all about, primarily about responding to that change in population, okay? And so in order to know whether or not you have to redistrict, we have to look at one particular thing. So what we will be looking at is the difference between your most populous district, not necessarily the largest district as far as geography is concerned, but the most populous district in comparison to the least populous district. And so if those two populations have a difference of more than 10% in population numbers, then that means that you are required by law to go through the redistricting process. And the whole mindset behind that is that the district has changed enough where the boundaries need to be looked at again and need to be redrawn to balance out that population. Because the whole purpose is to make sure that populations are able to elect a candidate of choice, and they have the best opportunity to do that. And so in order to do that, we have to balance out population through the redistricting process. And so one of the requirements is that not later than the 90th day before your next election, you'll need to adopt a map. And so that's the statutory deadline, but I'm gonna break it down a little bit more because we're not actually gonna go by that 90th day deadline. So you all have your elections on May 6th of 2023. So that means that technically, if we go by that deadline, 90 days prior to that is February 5th of 2023, which means that without a doubt, no matter what, by February 5th, there needs to be a plan that has been adopted with the new maps, assuming that you guys are triggered to do the redistricting process based on the census data. But we have to think about that other logical standpoint, which is that candidates need to know whether or not they can file for election. And one of the big requirements to file for an election is that you have to live within the district that you want to be on the ballot for. And so that means that really the deadline that we're going to be concerned about is January 18th of 2023, because that's when the candidacy filing period opens. And so we want to make sure that we have a map that's adopted and that people know, whether or not they're eligible to run for your May election. So what has to be done? Basically, I like for people to think about the redistricting process and getting to that final map as more of an organic process. We're going to, the initial step is that we're looking at the census data and we need to determine whether or not the most populous district and least populous district are more than 10% difference in population. So that's the first step. But there's a lot of other things that come into play. And one of those being, we want to make sure that the trustees and the community are providing input, because that's really important. It's not just about balancing out the population. We want to make sure that we are maintaining neighborhoods, that we're maintaining communities of interest, that we're keeping in mind the things that your community and you as trustees are concerned about, and also keeping in mind from a legal standpoint that we're not diluting the vote, and that means diluting the minority vote. And so that's related to the Voting Rights Act, and I'm going to talk more about that at our next meeting, but that's definitely a big part of the process, is that we want to make sure that we're not diluting the vote. So today I'm talking to you about some of those legal requirements, the deadlines. Eventually, I'm going to ask you as a board to adopt a process and a criteria. That process and criteria will serve as a guideline for the redistricting team, which will be the attorneys and the demographers working together to get to that final map. You as the board will determine how you want to get input from the community. I'm going to give you some suggestions of what we typically see and have helped other districts do. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to you as the board. Additionally, you'll establish redistricting criteria. I'm going to talk to you about that more at the next meeting. I'll let you know what the mandatory criteria is, which is required by law, and I'll also let you know some discretionary criteria that's non-statutory, but will definitely help you to get to a map that is legal. The demographers are going to do an analysis, and they're going to present numbers to you all at the next meeting. They'll break down how each district has changed, not only just from total population, but also just from a breakdown of the different minority groups within each district. So they'll present that to you all at the next presentation, at the next meeting. And then after that, we will begin the process of drawing those maps. And so the initial set of maps that the demographers will present to you are typically, it'll probably be one map, and it'll be just a base map, just kind of based upon that general idea of getting that number, that 10% down to under 10%, and also trying to balance out the population. So that one is going to be a very just looking at the numbers. But then after that, we'll start having meetings with the community. We'll start getting feedback from you. We may do surveys, and so through that process, the map will begin to evolve, and hopefully we'll get to a map at the end of that that will be the one that best meets everyone's needs. And so some examples of trustee and community input. I've kind of already talked a little bit about that, but board meetings are going to be big. You know, you guys, this is your time to ask me questions and to ask the demographer questions about anything that you may be concerned about. We'll have one-on-one opportunities for you all. So if you want to just talk specifically about your district and some things that you're concerned about with your district, we'll offer opportunities for you to meet with us. We recommend having town halls, district-wide town halls, as well as some specific community meetings as well, so single-member district-specific community meetings. What I have seen is a lot of people are doing, a lot of districts are doing it both virtual and in person, just to make sure that all of the community has different options in order to provide their feedback and just kind of know what's going on with the redistricting process. We have websites. That's a very big thing that we recommend, is that the district have a web page that is solely, that is solely for the purpose of redistricting. So that will allow people to go to the website and they can look at past presentations that we've done. They can look at the maps that we've created up to that point. And possibly, if you guys want to do this, we can have surveys on there as well that the community can fill out. We also have created some educational videos, and those educational videos go on the website. If you go to the Austin ISD redistricting website right now, we have an education video on there right now that just kind of breaks down just the redistricting 101, make sure the community understands that, so we can do that same thing here if you guys would like that. And this is just, again, just reminding you all of the steps in the process. As I said, we're going to, at the next meeting, you'll get the 2010 census data as well as the 2020 census data, and then that analysis by the demographer. And then one of the things that you're going to be hearing a lot is language such as total population, voting age population, citizen voting age population. Those are all important terms, and that is our way of determining different population values. So we're going to be looking at, not only are we looking at the total population, but we'll also be looking at the citizen voting age population. And really the citizen voting age population is probably some of the most important numbers that we'll be considering, because it's all about the right to vote. It's all about making sure that we're ensuring that we're following the Voting Rights Act. And so one of the main things is that you're eligible to vote. So the CVAP numbers are going to be really important. And I'll talk more about that again at the next presentation, just kind of breaking down some of the terminology that you're going to hear. Again, once we get to the process of you deciding how you want to go about the redistricting process and what criteria you want to utilize when it comes to determining those maps, you will adopt that process and adopt a resolution that will lay out the criteria that we'll utilize throughout this process. And it's really helpful to have that criteria, especially when you have some contentious issues between board members. Having that criteria to turn back to and look at and remind board members of, this is kind of what you decided was going to guide you through this process, that's really helpful. So I'll talk more about that. I'll mention some of the criteria that's normally used today, but I will go into more detail about it at the next presentation. And I'm gonna skip over this slide, talk about the timeline. So I'm not sure if you all can see that, but I kind of did a rough timeline so far of what our goal is to get to that deadline that I talked about. We're in May right now. I'm giving you all the initial legal overview of the requirements as it pertains to redistricting. In June, you'll have the demographers present at this meeting as well, and they will talk about the census data. We'll know whether or not the redistricting has been triggered, and I'll talk more about those specific legal requirements as well at the June board meeting. In July, what I'm hoping is that we'll be at a point to adopt the criteria and adopt that process. And then that will allow our team to go ahead and get started with having meetings and get started with drawing these maps. So in August, basically from August to October, there will be board meetings that we'll attend, giving you an update on where we are in the process. Here are the maps that we've created up at this point. Here's the feedback we've received. We'll also be having, hopefully, community meetings as well during those months, and also having some one-on-ones with the trustees. The goal is that In November, we're hoping that we'll be able to adopt a final plan. So that will put us well ahead of that deadline. And the reason why I kind of try to be overambitious when I create these timelines is that way, just in case something happens, we'll have some room to work with and not be concerned about missing that statutory requirement. And then just some potential, I'm gonna end just talking about some potential criteria because I'm gonna talk more specifically about this at the next board meeting. And so I just wanna get y'all to start thinking about it. So obviously a big piece of the criteria is going to be bringing that deviation between the largest and smallest district under 10%. We want to bring the population amongst all of the districts at least to a near equal state, so basically balancing out that population. We want to make sure that our districts look compact and contiguous, and so meaning that they're smooth and not, you know, we don't have like a crazy arm coming out from one of the districts. We prefer for it to be kind of round and smooth, and there's some reasons that I will go into about that at the next presentation. Contiguous, basically, we don't want a gap in a district. All the districts need to be connected. Avoiding the retrogression of minority voting rights. Making sure that there are easily identifiable boundaries. We recommend that, like keeping natural boundaries in line with the district boundaries because it makes it easier for people to understand how the district is mapped out. So using roads and political boundaries, city boundaries is always helpful. Preserving incumbent constituency relations. Trying not to map anyone out of their district while they're serving this current term is something that we do recommend during the redistricting process. I've kind of already talked about this, but maintaining communities of interest, keeping neighborhoods together, that is something that we recommend be a part of the criteria. Preserving your existing boundaries when possible. That's important because almost all school districts in the state of Texas had to go through a review process 10 years ago with the Department of Justice. And so if you went through that process, we know for sure that at minimum your district met legal requirements and was not in violation of the Voting Rights Act. So we do our best to try and preserve those boundaries when possible in this new redistricting. And then just avoiding the splitting of county election precincts, that's also something that we recommend when it comes to redrawing these maps. All right, I'm gonna stop talking to you guys about maps. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about it. But if you have any questions, I'll stay up here. And yeah.
Did you give us a starting date as to when we're going to get going here?
I'm sorry?
Starting date?
So what our goal is that at the next board meeting, which I think is June 4th or June 7th. So at that June 7th meeting, we're going to present the census data. That will, by then, the demographer will know whether or not you have been triggered to do the redistricting process. We anticipate that you all will have to do it just based on the growth of all districts in Texas, but definitely in this area as well. We anticipate you'll have to do it. So that's going to be the next meeting that we'll come to. In July, we hope to have the board adopt a process and adopt the criteria. And then from there, the demographers will be able to get in the process of drawing the maps. And so that way we can begin presenting our initial maps to you either by the August or September board meeting.
Fair enough, thank you. Questions? Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move over to consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled at this time?
You can pull both items.
Go ahead and make sure we're on the same page here. We're going to go discuss, consider Consider approval of new job description, which is item 6A. Do we have somebody that'll talk about, Ms. Macias?
Yes, sir.
Referring to your request?
Yes.
To pull that item? We're going to go ahead and talk about the ESSER Director of Special Education Compliance, which is item 1.
Board President Morales, Superintendent Dr. Carmen, members of the board, Lucia Borrego, Chief Academic Officer. So as we've been working, as you know, ESSER 3, a big component of ESSER 3 is working on academic learning loss. And both of these job descriptions, it'll come up, and Ms. Macias will talk a little bit more about the other one, but both of these are directly impacting student learning loss. And so what we have found through the pandemic, what's happened is that kids, there's two things, the academic learning loss and the social emotional learning piece. So there's two, right? And so what happened during the pandemic, those 2 years, kids were at home. There was no socialization. Schools were built for socialization. So in particular for this one, the Director of Special Ed Compliance, we have grown. As a department in special ed, number one. Number two, the numbers of the amount of kids that are being referred to special ed have skyrocketed since we've come back from the pandemic. And third of all, the most important piece is that we do a lot with one director, one assistant director, and one coordinator compared to other districts, and we're getting caught with the compliance piece. And the compliance piece is incredibly important because it could get us all into a lot of trouble. And when I say all, it means all of us. And so we need somebody, and we need the curriculum piece. We need the director of special ed to really hone in our scores in special education. Those are the kids that are struggling the most with learning, number one. And then we're struggling in that area to meet all those needs, but then we also have the compliance piece, and that compliance piece is huge in special education. And if you look at the job description, it talks about interpreting policies, procedures related to special education program services, and supervision of assigned personnel, and making sure that those activities, everything is in compliance, process filings, resolution meetings, and auditing, that we have those systems in place. As a matter of fact, we've talked about this in the last 3 board meetings. We've been talking about that's a piece of compliance. And look how much time that has taken, just the certification of teachers and being able to address that with the state and the legislature. So in looking at what ESSER funds, especially ESSER 3 funds, are directed for, we felt there is a huge need to have that help in special ed so that we can have 2 houses that come together and work together. You have an academic side that is really hurting because those are our kids that suffered the most during the pandemic, where our special needs kids, they weren't getting the services that they needed at the level that they were used to. And of course, we had the regular learning loss. And then the compliance piece, because we have had so many referrals and our numbers have increased tremendously.
Mr. Morales.
Mr. Mena?
Ms. Borrego.
Yes, sir.
3 years only?
2,
positions?
actually.
2.
Yes, sir, because we're almost finished with this year, so it would be 2 years, and it's just to help us get all our systems in order so that we are making sure that we are in the right place to serve our kids and that we're following the law and policy as well.
My other question is, who's doing these jobs right now?
We all are. The director of special ed, I pitch in sometimes. We all work together to try to get it done. But there are areas where we miss some things, and we do better, I think, than many districts, especially here in El Paso. That's why parents want to come to our school district. But we're seeing more and more of a need for that compliance piece. As a matter of fact, I have conversations with people all the time. Hey, have you looked into this? Have you looked into this? And I would love to, but there are things that we have to really address, and the compliance piece, as you know, has even come to the forefront in discussions that we've all had as a board, where we need to make sure that we are in compliance, and it's huge in special ed. Thank you, sir.
Any other?
I just want to make sure, so they'll even assist the director if, let's say, the Wilcox Johnson is outdated. They will go back and review it, and they'll turn around and say, hey, we need the updated version. So they'll bring the updated version, and they'll train our DIAGs in that component.
Yes, that is the piece, because it's one director doing all of it, the educational piece and the compliance piece, and it's huge. So they will work in tangent, because they're both going to be directors. They're going to both help each other with the compliance piece and the educational piece and how it links together. And so it's going to be magical, I'm hoping and I'm assuming.
So this compliance director will also review the ARD paperwork to make sure that the PLAFs, the IEPs are all in place, nothing's missing, nothing's, copy and paste from one student to the next, or from one year to the next. It's always updated every year.
Exactly. And if you think about it, I mean, we have a lot of schools, a lot of students, and we're identifying more and more. And so we're going out doing audits. It takes the team. We're pulling the academic, like the instructional specialists, away from doing instruction and helping in our units. We're pulling them away to go do audits, because they need to be done. And it takes us, like at a high school, it takes us almost 2 weeks to do an audit, because we're pulling folder by folder, but you have to do it like that to ensure that we're in compliance. So this would assist us in creating those systems and getting a handle on it.
And another thing, this will just help the DIAGs be able to do more of their job and focus on that aspect of it, and not having to go back and audit it themselves and review everything.
Correct, because right now they're doing like 3 or 4 things all at the same time and trying to keep track of it all. And so this compliance officer and the compliance, the director of compliance will also seek out systems to put in place and say, hey, this is happening at this school, but it's not happening at this school, and it should be happening at all the schools, those kinds of things. So yes, you're right on target, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This was discussed at the HR committee, and when you look at the title and the description, and if you take away compliance, it says Director of Special Education, and that's her job. And you're creating another job, and to me, it's watering down the responsibility and the accountability away from her. That is her job. When you develop an education program, you're going to develop it in compliance with the law. You're not going to say, hey, I developed this. Is it in compliance? So it's already going to be inherited in the program. You talked about socialization, but there is no socialization listed in number 1 here on Director of Compliance. Also, you said we're going to start creating systems. So you don't have any systems in place now?
We do.
Then you're creating what?
So we need somebody to monitor the systems, number 1. Number 2, to answer your question on the socialization, when I was speaking to both, that's the second job description. That's for SEL, social emotional learning. And so for this one, their job is compliance. It'll be a director level of just compliance. And if you know special ed, you know that in special ed, there's a huge compliance component and there's a huge curriculum component. And our kids are struggling. So we either dedicate all our time to compliance, and then our kids that we're responsible, the government tells us with ESSER 3 funds, you are to use that to close the achievement gaps, or then what we do is we dedicate our time to closing those achievement gaps, but we don't have the manpower to do it. We need 2 people to help us with those systems. And of course, we manage compliance the best we can and we follow the law, but we need that person to have the checks and balances and to put those systems in place.
When you talked about the last meetings where we discussed about the SPED program and the bilingual certifications.
Yes, sir.
And we asked a number of questions about
Yes, sir.
About the program. And you presented us with information. Oh, this is the training, and you showed us dates and all that. And I later found out it wasn't for teaching Spanish, it was the ESL training dates. So
we don't teach Spanish, sir, not to employees.
You said they did. So when I said, how are you helping the teachers? And you said, oh, we have all these dates, and you showed the dates.
Correct, but we
Okay.
don't teach them Spanish.
So you weren't helping the teachers
We were
learn
giving them
Spanish.
test prep, and a large portion of the test is ESL strategies.
But ESL is not learning a second language to pass the bilingual program.
But we don't teach a second language.
That's what you were telling us the last meeting.
No, sir.
Okay? I asked you about parents having to exit their kids out of the bilingual portion so they can stay in the SPED program. You said it wasn't happening. I've heard of a couple of campuses, but you said you'd look into it. I haven't got any numbers back on that. See, this is all part of compliance and accountability, that it should already be in place now, not hire somebody else and say, okay, we got it away from Jansen, we're going to give it to somebody else to worry about this problem. I asked you about what we did before they required bilingual teachers, bilingual certified teachers. How were we servicing the children then with the bilingual portion? You know, I haven't got an answer on that. You said you referred to, substitutes. You started talking, we have substitute teachers now, and it went into that direction. It never was addressed. The question was not addressed. Compliance should already be answered now, not say, let's get somebody else hired for it. You guys been in there long enough in the job to give us the information that we asked for. Were the kids ever serviced in bilingual program, the bilingual portion of what's required?
This position wasn't created to answer your questions on the certification. The certification
No, but
is...
you're talking about compliance.
Yes, sir.
So the compliance should already have been in place, and we don't have it.
The
And I'm
compliance is
asking
in
the
place.
question.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so I asked the question, what did we do before? And if we didn't have a bilingual certified teacher in the class, and all you spoke about the last time was substitute teachers. We have substitutes in there, but you never said what we did. Did we
That is
service
correct.
them?
That has
Did we-
nothing to do, though,
did
with
we
this
document
compliance
it?
piece.
Well, that is compliance.
No, it's certification. There's a
Well,
big
it's
difference.
compliance to ensure that the children receive both SPED and bilingual.
And
right?
we're following the law. TA says that you put a certified substitute into the classroom. If I'm
So
understanding your
that's what I asked
question
before.
correctly.
That's why I said, so what did we do before? If they were required to have a bilingual, if they were labeled as bilingual student, or they had that. how
I
did
don't
we
know that
service
I'm
them?
understanding your question on what we did before.
Before the state required that the teacher had to be bilingual, did we have bilingual TIAs in the class helping? That's what I'm asking. How did we
There was no certification guideline. The teacher
didn't have-
did
yeah,
it.
no, but if a student was SPED and bilingual, how did you service the bilingual portion of it? That's what I asked.
Through the special education teacher, because it wasn't required for the special education teacher to be certified.
So
The certification now.
Bilingual services,
They did get the bilingual services. They did.
and that's documented somewhere.
Yes, sir.
So we say, let's have an audit.
And I could have Ms. Reyes speak more to it.
Yeah, I'll just talk to Dr. Carmen on that portion of it,
Yes, sir.
and we can look into that. Okay?
The other, just to comment, I think just to clarify, it looks to me like this position is needed to assist the other director or to work in unison with them to address the needs, I guess, of a growing population. So the fact of the matter is that we do have these funds and we'd be able to allocate them properly. Is that basically what, in a nutshell? Is that,
Some of it, yes, sir. It's funding, but it's also compliance. Like Mr. Barrera said, he hit the nail on the head. You know, we have people doing the academic piece and also the compliance piece, but we have to educate them in the compliance piece. And sometimes that we don't have the manpower to do both, so something gives. So if we're doing audits at schools, then we miss out on the academic piece because the academic people are out doing audits. So there's not, and we're always going to err on the side of compliance because that's the law. But we owe that to our kids. We owe them to give them also a great education and to make sure they have the academics that they deserve. And that's what ESSER 3 says on there, that ESSER 3 states that 20% of that money, and if you do 20% of $90 million, that's a lot of money, is to be used to help kids with students with their academic needs.
and then with the job description in itself, it's saying that basically they're doing that, and that is compliance.
Correct, correct. And they will be working in tangent with the Director of Special Education to make sure there's two houses. There's the House of Compliance and the House of Academics.
One more thing. I just want to make sure, or for the record, that the Director of SPED and the Director of Compliance, they're on the same level. They don't, one doesn't answer to the other, they answer to
To
you.
me, that is correct. They are the same level. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With that said, do I have a motion? Oh, we have another question. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Carmen, so we've had a lot of discussions about ESSER funds and making sure that they're spent appropriately. I mean, what's your opinion? Do you believe that these positions are required? I'm curious as to why you haven't elaborated, sir.
Certainly, I think the special ed compliance director would be very important. I know we have questions regarding our IEPs, regarding whether we are copying and pasting, going into our meetings with some things pre-filled. I think that Ms. Borrego's team has found some instances where that is the case, and we believe that having a separate position at the same level as a special education director is warranted so that we can do a more complete review of things like that. We also know there's been some requests from the state recently, from TA recently, regarding special education funding. So in that respect, we want to be ready for that and be ready to provide information to the state. There's a lot to the compliance component of special education. As Mrs. Borrego is pointing out, we got more work due to the pandemic, the time with those students out of instruction, out of the classroom. There's ground to be made up. So there is additional work, and I'm hopeful that 2 years is enough, but it's possible we may come back to the board in 2 years and say, here's the work that's been done. We need to consider funding it locally. But we're hopeful that 2 years would be adequate. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to approve the Director of Special Education Compliance.
Second.
We've got a motion by Mr. Pablo Barrera and a second by Mr. Eddie Mena. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move over to the next item. I believe the same team will address this as well. We have ESSER Director of Student Management and Pupil Services.
Yes, sir.
Those on the floor?
President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, ESSER Director of Student Management and Pupil Services will be responding or reporting to myself. With that, we currently don't have a director that supports this position. Currently, we're getting through a pandemic and into another. We know social emotional is a huge piece of it. With that comes discipline, unfortunately. And with the discipline, what we're looking is that anti-bullying, the PBIS, we have our campus behavior coordinators. All that is in tandem. Again, within my team, I have an amazing team. I believe Lupe Lujan is here with me. She takes upon that lead along with policy, along with registration, enrollment, our JJAP placements, so on and so forth. So this new position is going to help our department greatly with, again, compliance. We have systems in place, but because of the numbers that we're seeing, we are developing reports that you all will see in administrative services soon, administrative services committee meeting, to see the impacts of what our students are going through or what they went through and how they responded this year. So truly, within these 2 years that we have the ESSER funds, it will truly help us teach our CBCs. We have a lot of new campus behavior coordinators, implement the systems, again, anti-bullying, getting the data, and the biggest piece is setting up systems to catch these disciplines early enough so that we could prevent our students from going to alternative placements. As you know, THC, it is a felony, and it is happening too often because it is readily available a couple of miles from here. So education is key at this point. So this individual is going to also be working in tandem with different resources and entities that we have, partners in education in El Paso, to bring those services to our parents to teach them that oftentimes it looks like a regular clicker or a regular pin, and it's something that they need to be monitoring. So that is how this position is truly going to help us within this 2 years because of the pandemic. ESSER funded is truly warranted in the data that we have. Any questions?
The first line is the primary purpose of this position is to ensure district-wide consistency with discipline, policies, and procedures. Do we have a problem with ensuring that there is a consistency with discipline. Mr. Redlinger presented at the HR committee meeting that there are inconsistencies.
And truly what it is that whenever you have new entities, that's why we have a CBC, Campus Behavior Coordinator, that was developed, I believe it was, where is my Lupe? 4 or 5 years ago. In 2016, again, she's our brains, because they saw that even within a campus, the way that you render discipline is a little different. I might render 1 day out of school suspension, 2 days in school, dependent on what is warranted. A different individual might do something different. So as far as consistency, discipline policies and procedures, that is specifically what CBCs do, campus behavior coordinators. So this entity is going to ensure those monthly, if not bi-weekly meetings, going out to the campus to ensure those tabletops. If this occurs, what is the next discipline? We're also working with police services in ensuring that what has been documented, how are we putting it into the student code of conduct? So there's many entities that we're using, and that's where the consistency comes from, sir. It's a lot of teaching. We wish that we could say, boom, this is what it is. If you look up to our website, we have our CBC website, has all the documents there. However, whenever there's new entities that come into place, it goes back into the teaching. So this individual is truly going to focus on ensuring discipline policies and procedures are consistent throughout our district. I think we have about 102 assistant principals and our 50 some, and again, I'm giving you roundabout numbers, principals. All of those are part of the discipline procedures that occur at our campuses that impact our students. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes, but you have the principals, out there crying, well, it's site-based management, I'll do what I want and take care of that. And the easiest way is consistency is you have an assistant superintendent overseeing the whole elementary level. And they can ensure that this is consistent and the policies and procedures are the same from one campus to the next, to the next, to the next. You're just adding another position when they can already have that under their control. It's their control, it's their responsibility. But you're adding something else in there now that takes away from them.
And we work in tandem. I know whenever there's incidents, sir, we have the more minds together because every incident is so unique. Oftentimes you say, oh, this is cut and dry. Once you actually start doing the investigation, it is unique in itself to the student, progressive discipline. So what's important is that we're working in tandem. I know that our assistant superintendents, their brain is curriculum and instruction. Our brain, policies, procedures, protocols, to where we're working in tandem.
I see it as the responsibility is already assigned to an assistant superintendent. Ms. Borrego complained in the past that, oh, they don't follow my programs because I put the curriculum together, but it falls apart when it goes to this side of the fence. And just needs to stay where it's at. That's how I see it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Have a motion here?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Cynthia Nahara and a second by Mr. Michael Nahara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries. Item 7, new business. Consider approval of aesthetic artificial turf upgrades. CSP number E2256. You got Mr. Calderon, I believe is in the house.
Yes, sir.
As a presenter, and I don't believe Mr. Ianton is here, neither, or Sam Garcia. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So Mr.
I'll present.
Calderon can come and be.
Yes, sir. I'll start off the presentation, sir. So just President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, the administration, with respect to the solicitation, is recommending Hellas Construction Incorporated in the amount of $3,719,115, as it offers the best value for what the district needs for this particular item. I have here Mr. J.J. Calderon, who can answer any of the particulars. So, J.J., if you'd like to present.
Good evening, President Morales, members of the board, Dr. Carmen, J.J. Calderon, Director of Athletics. Again, I'm here to answer any questions. We're looking at 4 high school fields to be returfed this summer.
Question?
Go ahead, Mr. Nahara.
Mr. Calderon, so according to the questionnaire or whatever, the responses that we got indicated that field turf couldn't even begin until October 1st, and we're actually trying to get this done by August 1st, right?
Yes, sir. You are correct.
Okay.
Mr. Morales?
Go ahead, Mr. Guerra.
Mr. Calderon, can you tell us why the specs changed, or what was the difference in between the two turfs?
What do you mean the spec?
My
What
understanding-
changed?
Yes, my understanding that Hellas at first was much higher, $1.2 million, and I believe the specs changed, or not the specs changed, we're not bidding apples to apples. Can you explain the difference of the two?
I can tell you in the initial bid that Hellas included included a shock pad, which I think is very important for the safety of our kids. The shock pad, the system is, in my opinion, a lot safer. I think our fields are in the condition they are because of the system that we have in place. And I think everybody's seen the field condition of our fields, and it is a very big concern of mine as far as the safety of our athletes. So that was one, I think, to answer your question, that was one of the things that was asked to be included. Field turf did not include a shock pad, and Hellas did include a shock pad.
Mr. Morales.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So the initial proposal that we received, we had a vendor who included a bid amount, including a shock pad, which had a higher value, higher amount of the price. We had another vendor who did not include a shock pad. That's why we had to follow up with questions to these particular vendors to see why it wasn't included. And that's why things, we looked at the proposals, Mr. Guerra, and determined that we really wanted a shock pad along with cooling. And so we went ahead and included that particular evaluation. And in so doing, we realized that the pile weight of these particular turfs were different. And so we needed to make sure to compare them to kind of an apples to apples comparison. One was a lot heavier than the other, and therefore we asked for additional information.
And the next question was, the next question would be, and I received your email, I just wanted to make sure that's noted, that if for any reason Hellas does not finish in a timely manner or on the dateline, the solicitation provides will be a $500 liquidation damage per day?
Yes, sir. I think that's part of the solicitation, that if they don't have substantial completion by the due date, then we can certainly look at liquidating damages for this particular item.
Mr. Morales.
Mr. Mena, go ahead.
My biggest concern is that you're talking apples to apples. So I saw 46 and 36 pound per square inch on the grass. What is it? Is it both 40 and 40, or is it 46 and 46?
So when we asked for the comparison, we failed to do apples to apples. We said to one vendor, give us a 40 ounce per square inch, I believe, and the other one to go to 40. One was at 46. We asked them to go down to 40. One was at 36. We asked them to go to 40. So based on those, parameters,
Comparison.
the costs were different. In other words, the one that was lower increased their costs. The one that was higher reduced their costs. And so we did that comparison and came in and got with an amount for those particular proposals.
So what are we getting, a 40 or 46?
No, sir, we're going to get a 46 ounce because we felt that that's what that vendor recommended. And so when we did, we included the 46 ounce, it increased their particular price. And that is the price that we use as part of the evaluation. So that price is a little bit higher, and so we went ahead and incorporated that price difference into the scoring. But when you look at the other factors, which was what we're looking for, the deadline, in other words, we wanted to make sure to start work immediately, hopefully tomorrow, once the board approves it. That also came into play with respect to the scoring matrix. I hope that was it.
President Morales, I got a question.
Go, Mr. Mena.
So I think I know the answer, but I guess for the sake of the public, can you explain the difference in the 40 and 46, what that difference is and what the shock pad is, and does it help mitigate the risk of injury to our students?
I mean, with all due respect to the companies, each has a different system. We considered the material, the heavier the pile weight, the more sturdy and stable the material would be. It would hold up over a longer period of time. We currently have the system that we have. I feel that the material did not hold up very well, which the whole system, I think the reason why it's slick and hard is because of the system. I'm not comfortable. The system is not, the turf system that was installed, I think over a period of time compacted really quickly, and that infill rose to the top of the surface, which made it slick, and which in my opinion is an unplayable surface.
What about the shock pad?
The shock pad just provides that, just some impact, some cushioning for impact. Obviously, one company doesn't recommend a shock pad, one does. And again, that's a comparison of the systems. I can tell you that locally, the other, 4 major districts in our area all have all use the turf system or the vendor that we are recommending.
Thank you.
Got a question. What pile weight are we using now, or what's implemented right now in our schools? And is there a shock pad on there?
And to my knowledge, there's not a shock pad, sir. They were installed prior to me becoming the director. I don't think I could answer your question. I do know that we do give annual G-Shock tests or G-Max tests to make sure that the playing surfaces are safe. They've always passed, but I do not have information on what our pile weight was for our current systems.
And Mr. Cadron, the 4 turfs that we're changing out right now, they're Hellas or they're field turf?
Currently field turf.
All 4 of them?
Yes, sir.
Based on your research onto the 2 companies, which provides the greater safety to the children?
In my opinion, sir, it would be the one that we're recommending, Hellas.
Hellas?
Just for the fact of the system, they do provide a shock pad, which in my opinion is safer for our athletes.
Mr. Morales, I requested additional information on this bid, and I did not receive it until this afternoon. Actually, the entire board received it this afternoon. We had a CNI meeting. I have not had time to review it, but there have been questions come up about the bid. I personally would like to hold this till our next meeting, but that does bring up the fact of what Mr. Ressa said about them starting immediately.
Right.
I have concerns, and I'm not prepared to vote on this without going over the information that I received this afternoon. If the board chooses to do so, that's up to y'all, but I'm not.
I have the same problem. I'm looking at my email right now, and I did call Mr. Ressa. I received it at 15. I'm looking at it as we're asking the questions, and I will feel a lot better if we table this and wait till the next special board meeting or next month so we could answer these questions and feel more obliged to make our answer directly. Because right now at the moment, we're asking a lot of questions.
Well, I mean, we have our board meeting next week. Could we put it on the agenda for next week?
How far will we be delayed, Mr. Ressa, if we hold off on this? Will we start on time still?
I don't think so, sir.
You don't think so?
It's a week.
I know, Ms. Takeda, but days are critical when you look at August the 1st deadline.
So we need to start before August 1st. That's when football season starts, right?
Needs to be done by August 1st.
It needs to be done. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Excuse me. I think my biggest concern is the timeline. August 1st, it needs to be done. There's a very small window when it comes to being able to do some type of replacement like this. If you look at football season starts August 1st. And then it goes all the way through. Right after football season, soccer season starts. We have middle schools, we have high schools. You're looking at dozens and dozens of games and practices on those fields. My biggest concern is being done on time. I think the window for that, I mean, our next window would probably not be till March. And you're looking at, without having to displace teams or not being able to use fields due to construction. So that's my concern with the time frame.
Okay, but practice starts in June, July?
August 1st will be the first day of football practice.
Of practice?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have practice during the summer?
We do, but obviously
And
I
so
mean,
what would
obviously.
they do? Because their fields are gonna be being replaced. I'm saying, this was just brought to us a month ago. We went out for the RFQ, and I understand the need. I heard what y'all said about the fields being 8 or 9 years old. But that's a very short time span to get 4 fields done when this was only brought to us a month ago. If it was so urgent, why wasn't it brought to us before?
I think the biggest concern, I guess, came to us. We service annually. We service our fields, or we ask them to be serviced. The last time that they were serviced in the summer, I was not happy with the way they looked. And safety was my biggest concern, and we addressed that around September, October. Then we took a closer look, and I think discussed it with operations, and I think we presented in March to the subcommittee, both subcommittees, about the need for a replacement as soon as possible. So, and then we went through the process. Of course, we opened. The bid was open, and we've gone through that process.
Okay, I'm not saying this is your fault, but we
Right.
need to do a better job of, if we're told in September that something needs to be replaced, this is May. And so I'm not saying that's your fault, but if it's of critical condition to our student safety, we need to move faster than that. I take exception to being, I'm asking for a week, and I understand you have a timeline, but I'm not comfortable approving this bid until I have my questions answered.
Well, just to clarify, I believe this started here about 2 months back or so. You brought that concern, 2 or 3 maybe.
Yes, sir.
I remember that, and then it took a while for us to bring it up for discussion. And then last month you did a presentation for us. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we also got a presentation during a subcommittee meeting as well. We saw that here months ago. I remember it coming back about the differences I think that was in the fall, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Well, in February, we presented to cabinet on the
February.
concern, and then it was advised to take it to the finance and facilities committees, which we
Yes.
did in March.
In March, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was something that was brought up by you
No.
a lot earlier than had been.
No, sir, and I was in
No,
the HR committee,
we
and
did
it wasn't
not-
brought up in my committee.
I have never had it in one of my committees, and we did not receive the summary of the bids until Friday afternoon. So we've only had the weekend to look over these bids and have any questions.
No
We're
different
looking
than
at a
any
week,
bid, though.
we're looking at a week lead time. I don't think a
Michael,
couple
go
of.
ahead.
I said that's no different than any bid, though. We get the bid information on Friday, and I can say that I did see this in Finance Committee. I mean, it's not gonna go to HR, it's not gonna go to policy, it goes to the appropriate committees. You know, I understand the timeline, and, you know, I think it's critical. And, you know, I think the bid, to me, the most important factor is that, you know, there's 2 companies being considered. We already know that the fields need to be replaced. One can commit to our timeline. The other one won't even start until after October. And it says start until after October. It doesn't say they start October 1st. It says they start after October. And of course, we're not gonna start in October because that's the middle of the football season. And as you said afterwards, I wasn't even thinking soccer, but yeah, soccer comes right up,
It
so.
would probably be March.
You know, and I mean, I would assume that, or I would not even assume, I would conclude, because that's been one of the drivers, timing, since the very beginning, that if either company could commit to our timeline, you know, that they would have responded in the appropriate manner. And so I would say that based on the response, that the one that is not being recommended can't commit to the timeline other than to October 1st. I mean, I understand the importance. I believe there's been clarity around the bid, whatever. I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Michael Nahara and a second by Mr. Pablo Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. This time, we'll move to executive session. I'm sorry, are we still new business?
Executive.
Executive session. Oh, on the wrong page. There we are.
Sorry. It's okay. We're going to move to executive session. The meeting is to be closed to receive advice from legal counsel regarding the currently approved EPSL resolution and recent opinion from the Texas Attorney General, and to consider administrative recommendation for assistant principal position at Salvador H. Sanchez Middle School under Texas Government Code Section 551.074. The time is 7:05. We're back from open session. I'm sorry, we're back from executive session, and the time is 7:45. We're going to start with our first item. Under new business, discussion and possible action regarding the current approved EPSL resolution. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Board President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. I gave you an update regarding an issue that arose because of an opinion from the Texas Attorney General regarding the current status of the emergency paid sick leave resolution. There's also an additional issue that's come up regarding the positions that it applies to and the manner in which it's been applied to certain groups of employees that we'd like to have the opportunity for the board to consider and review. We're going to work with HR to come up with some additional information and present that to you at the next regular board meeting, hopefully, if we can get the information done in a week. If not, it'll be as soon as possible at a future meeting so that the board can decide whether or not there are any revisions that are necessary for that resolution or if we leave it in place. So at this time, we're asking that you not take any action and that we table it till a future meeting. Any questions?
This time, no action will be taken.
Thank you.
We don't need to vote on it, so we can go proceed to the next item. Item 9B, consider approval of administrative recommendation. Dr. Nate Carmen.
Yes, sir. President Morales, members of the board, administration recommends Jennifer Gomez to assume the role and responsibilities as the new assistant principal of Salvador H. Sanchez Middle School.
Motion to approve. Second.
Good. I think we're okay here. We got Mr. Richard Castellano, the motion, and a second by Mr. Eddie Mena. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries. And finally, our last item, we're looking at a discussion and possible action. In this case, we're not going to take action tonight. We're going to go ahead and come back on our board meeting on Tuesday and come back with that decision. At this time, it'll be, we're going to have discussion possible action or to select law firm to provide legal services through the RFQ process to include interviews and question answers by the Board of Trustees. And I will be the presenter at that time. You're going to have the various firms in the house? Are they? Okay. Are we in any particular order?
Yes. David.
I have them. Oh, there it is. I didn't. Now I have it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Does anybody else need a copy of the order?
I didn't have it this way. Thank you, though.
No?
I didn't have it. Oh, they didn't come?
Sorry, I put my name.
Yeah. I didn't get one. It'll be a 50-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute question and answer session with the board members. Our first law firm is Blanco, Ordonez, Mata, and Wechsler. Okay. PC. Welcome.
I'm going to assume, thank you, Board President Morales, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. Y'all know me. I'm Steve Blanco. Also with me is Priscilla Mata from my firm. I'm going to go through the presentation. I've given you the summary in a handout form, and it's also going to be on the screen to the extent there are folks here that want to watch. I believe you see every slide that comes up on your little teleprompter as well. First, thank you. We have been representing Socorro since 2013. Time certainly does fly. It's remarkable to me that it's been that long already. In that time, I think that with the board and certainly with the administration's help, we've enjoyed success and a very strong relationship with the district. It's our sincere hope that we're able to continue that and move forward. Now, we took over in 2013. Those of you that are on the board from back then will remember that was really towards the middle end of the public corruption investigation that had gripped El Paso and several of the school districts. We took over because of certain issues regarding procurement practices with respect to real estate and construction projects. And so we were asked to step in initially on an interim basis, and we served as interim counsel for about a year and a half. and then the board went out with an RFQ for legal services, and it was awarded to us. And then again, in 2017, that process went forward again with an RFQ for legal services, and we were selected again. So we're not unused to or unfamiliar with this process. We've gone through it, and we're certainly happy and willing to compete with other firms. What I want to tell the board, as you go through the presentation that we have, there are certain things that I think make our firm unique. One of the most important is we have gone through the issues that many of the districts here face with the public corruption investigation. We led several districts through that. We assisted Socorro with that. We've handled reviews by TEA. We've successfully guided districts through completions of corrective action plans with TEA. We've dealt directly with the FBI. Nobody ever wants to do that, but we've had to do that, and we've done it successfully. We've dealt with the Department of Education, also successfully. It's one of our primary goals, obviously, is to stay abreast of all the legal issues that could affect the district and to give advice to the district. Now, we've helped this district, which anyone who's from El Paso, and I think that's going to be a very important point and theme in at least my presentation. If you're from El Paso, you know the areas of El Paso that are growing. You know the areas that are important to El Paso and where you're going to have issues. We've navigated that with Socorro for the last 10 years. We have gone through a number of different construction projects. We've gone through letting and procuring real estate for the district, for the building of schools. It's been a regular basis of our work to help this district grow, and we think it's grown successfully. That includes handling the elections, and for those of you that are on the board, you'll remember that we went through the bond election. That bond was successfully passed. I am not standing here and saying that it was passed because of the work of your lawyers. That was the work of the staff, the community, and the board. And what is important, though, is that we, with our experience and our knowledge, were able to guide the district through the bond election. If you'll remember, there was not one single complaint, ethics complaint, violation issue raised regarding how this district manages bond election. That's almost unheard of. Most districts will have some type of meeting violation, a procurement issue violation. They didn't here. And the reason is because we've handled that, and we made sure we had regular meetings. I remember going to campuses here at central office and advising the staff and the administration on how to handle that, and it went really smoothly. That leads me to just say that one of our goals as lawyers and our number one philosophy for dealing with public entity clients, and in particular school districts, is we want to make sure that we are providing the highest level of legal services at a cost-effective rate and on a cost-effective basis. We don't represent individuals, and that sometimes is hard for administrative individuals to understand. It's hard for board members to understand. We're not here as your individual lawyers. We represent the body and the governing entity, which is Socorro School District as a whole. We're not here to serve special interests. We're not here to guide certain agendas. If we're asked questions, and I think it's been proven, if we're asked a direct question, we're going to give you a direct answer. Some of those issues might be issues that are new. I know recently with Dr. Carmen taking over and Mr. Castellano as a new board member, raised some issues about how certain things were being handled under policy. And when asked, we give a direct, honest opinion, even if it might adversely affect something that the administration has done or reflect poorly on us. And I want to call your attention to this because Dr. Carmen called it to my attention. This issue regarding policy CH local and contracts over $100,000. I don't know why the administration was not renewing those on board agenda items. I believed it was on consent, which is the way most districts handle extensions of contracts. It turns out our last contract was in that group as well. Dr. Carmen called that to my attention today. He asked me how I didn't know. The answer is, well, we don't administer your contracts. Administration of contracts is not a legal service. You could, I imagine, ask your lawyers to keep a log and write down a list of every single contract that's ever been issued by the district, the expiration date and the renewal date, but frankly, we don't know that. We don't track those. We prepare them, we guide the district, and when they come up, we tell you what you need to do to renew them, to change them, or to amend them. But to track them, that is not something we've done. And I don't know if that's a concern, but I know it's a concern for Dr. Carmen, so I wanted to get out in front of it and let you all know The reason it's not done is because it's not a legal service. We don't provide it. I know this from our experience and what we do. There is a laundry list, and I'm gonna bet you every single firm that you're gonna hear from, the lawyers you're gonna hear from, they're all good lawyers, they're gonna say the same thing. They are all completely and totally capable, experienced, and good enough as lawyers to represent this district. I'm not gonna say that any of the firms, I've seen the list, are unqualified. That's not the case. Every single lawyer and law firm that's gonna come in here today is qualified. There's a big difference though, and I want to stress this, and I don't know why it comes up in El Paso. This doesn't come up in Austin. It doesn't come up in San Antonio. It doesn't come up in Dallas. Why do entities look to businesses outside of El Paso? Why would you consider hiring a law firm that is not based in El Paso? Is it the belief of the board that this community is incapable of producing lawyers and legal talent to represent the district? You're educating people here in El Paso. There are lawyers here in El Paso that are completely and totally capable of providing all your legal services, and we're one of them. There may be one other law firm tonight that can do that, and the others are different. They're from out of town. And because they're from out of town, I'm going to tell you with 100% certainty, we are more qualified and better suited to handle your legal services. They don't know the people here. They don't know the community here. They don't know the judges. They don't know the court staff. They don't know the local political leaders. We do. And why do we know that? We're here. We are from El Paso. We are El Paso. We live here. We raise our kids here. We go to schools here. Priscilla is a graduate of one of your schools. I mean, she's a tremendous success story. I think she went to school with Mr. Barrera. She's a tremendous success story from your own district. Every lawyer in our law firm went to an El Paso public school with the exception of two. Miss Wexler, Elizabeth, she's from Boston. She married my law partner, Rudy, and somehow, some way, he managed to convince her to come back to El Paso. And she loves it here. So she is now a full-blown El Pasoan. We know the political landscape. We know where things are happening. We know what's growing. We don't represent developers, but we know who they all are. We can pick up phones and talk to them. We can help with deals. We can help with problems. Lawyers who are from out of town are not able to do that. I think you're going to see, and I'm going to turn it over to Priscilla here in a minute, you're going to see later in our presentation all the other local government entities that we represent. One thing that's important to notice, they're all from here. They're all El Paso entities that we represent. We serve El Paso. We sit on civic boards here. Every member of our firm represents some nonprofit or local entity, and we want to do that. We contribute to El Paso. You'll see that we are 100% qualified when you go through our list of services and the work that we provide for the district. And I invite you, because I know you're going to have some time built in now, to check our references. And I would suggest that you do that for every firm that presents. Check them. Everybody's going to list somebody who's going to give a good reference for themselves, and certainly ours will too. Our references are from people that are here. We have references from people that are running school districts here, presidents of school boards here, and operational officers in school districts here. Not from out of state, or not from out of state, but not from out of town. So we think that when you consider the range of services we can provide, like I said before, every single firm here is qualified to do that. We're different. We've served the district for 10 years. I think we've done so successfully, with tremendous success on behalf of the district, but not by ourselves. And I think we'd like to continue that. I think you'd be best served by continuing to have us as your counsel, and we're hopeful that we can do that. Before we get into the rates and other issues, I'm going to turn it over to Priscilla.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Morales, Dr. Carmen, and board members. I'm Priscilla Mata. You've met me before. I'm here again, and I'm happy to be here. As Steve stated, I'm a graduate and product of Socorro ISD. I went to America's High School along the same time as Mr. Barrera. And so I pride myself in saying that I graduated from this district. It means something to me, and I hope you know that if you didn't know it already. And so I'm here before you now as legal counsel representing the school district. And so I want to cover some of the areas that we also represent you all on, and also some of the additional trainings we provide to administration in particular. And I think Lucy's had the pleasure of sitting in on some of my trainings, and I think Maribel as well. One of the things that we do for administration in particular is provide trainings, both the mandatory training that's required under federal law, such as the Title IX, but also training on the Public Information Act. And, oh yeah, what is that again? And, you know, what constitutes a record under the Public Information Act? So I provide not only this school district, but other school district clients with that training that they need. And typically I'm invited to do these types of trainings during professional development. I also provide them, you know, whenever it's needed. I pretty much make sure that I work around the clock for our school district clients. I know how hard you all work as board, you know, as governance, but administration works very hard as well. And so I take a lot of pride in making sure that I'm working with them very closely. At this point, I think we communicate by text message and I think by social media at some point with administration. So it's gotten to be a very intimate working relationship. We certainly enjoy working with administrators, Mr. Redlinger's department, who's always busy. I mean, they're a fantastic department, so are all the others. So yeah, we provide these trainings. We also attend PAR 19 meetings where we present to all HR directors in the area. And we have specialized training. So we're not simply doing our job, you know, sitting at the office or on calls with you all. We're actually attending trainings, whether it's the school law boot camp that I attended when I first started my practice as an attorney. And by the way, I had just graduated from law school when we started representing Socorro ISD under contract. And so I have literally had you all at my side along my entire journey as a professional. So sorry if I get a little emotional, but it has really been a very intimate, close relationship that we've had these years. So on top of having the specialized training, we also have been named one of the best law firms in the U.S. In addition to that, we have board certifications. Steve, for example, is certified in labor and employment law, and then we have others that are also board certified. So in our presentation, we highlighted some of the, I think, important cases for school district clients, but certainly also for Socorro. So you'll see that we have highlights from the Texas Supreme Court. We have a Fifth Circuit case as well. We have a Texas appellate court decision. Oh, yeah, if you would, please. And then we also have, I think, particularly important decisions at the Texas Commissioner of Education level as well. The time is up. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, because I know the rate structure is important for you all. Let me just end it. You can go through the documents that we've given to you. 15 minutes is a really short period of time. But you'll see the bios for the lawyers we have available to you. And then at the end, one of the things that the RFQ asked for was rate structure. Our standard rate structure, we've laid it out there. It varies for shareholders at the top end at $300 an hour. Some are a little bit higher than that for specialized work, down to a low end of $175 an hour for associates. We don't charge that to our public entity clients. We've never charged that to Socorro. We're proposing rates that are in line with what we've charged in the past to Socorro, shareholders at $185 an hour, associates at $155 per hour, and legal assistants at $95 an hour. I will bet you dollars to donuts that those rates are far more reasonable than any you're going to hear tonight. We're able to do that because we're here, we're local, and we have the experience and expertise to manage the work at a reasonable rate. You're dealing with a lot of budgetary issues right now. Times are tight. Employees need and want and deserve raises. Managing your budget is going to be important. Increasing the cost of your legal services is not necessary. We're willing to commit to continue a reduced rate structure because we think the district is deserving of that rate structure. You're a public entity, you do a public service, and we want to assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. At this time, we have 10 minutes of question and answer session. Along with any questions, we'll begin that now. Mr. Blanco and his firm.
Question. Mr. Blanco, you said that the rate structure was requested in the RFQ?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, it's my understanding that it was one of the line items, at least we put ours together.
Blanco, and you mentioned also that your rate, you haven't been charged us more than 185.
Yeah, the top rate for the district for years was 175, then we moved it up to 180. The only time a rate for our work is higher than that is for matters that are insured. We are approved counsel for your insurance provider. We're actually the only firm in El Paso that's approved counsel for your insurance provider. And that rate is $192 an hour, the top rate. The middle rate at the insurance company is $165 an hour. We're proposing for our regular work for the district, even a reduced rate from that number, $185 per hour for shareholders, $155 for associates, and $95 per hour for legal assistants. I'm going to guess that that's going to be on an average of 30 to 40% lower than any other presentation you're going to hear from today, because I know what the out-of-town law firms want to charge, and there's absolutely no reason to pay those rates. Any other questions?
The question I have is if you can elaborate a little bit more on the CH local concerns regarding administration approving contract extensions over 100,000 that were supposed to come to the board for approval. And over time, I believe you had a contract initially for 2 years with 3-year extension, 3 one-year extensions. So over that time, I was informed that your contract comes up every September. Is that
I
correct?
believe the
Los
anniversary
Alamitos?
date is the end of August or early September.
Yeah, I was
one of those
told
periods of
by
time, yes.
Our
Yes.
business person that was it. So you wouldn't know that the local policy was violated after all that time?
We
because of
don't
the fact
track,
that-
I understand the question, it's a very direct, and I'll be forthright and answer it. We don't track that. I don't track it for my contract, and I certainly don't track it for contracts that you might let for other services. There are contracts with the health benefit providers, the health benefit consultants. There might be procurement contracts that have options to renew, and I have seen them. I know that one recently was handled on a consent agenda, and that's normally the way districts will do it, but we don't track them. There's not a log that I keep that says in 2020, a contract was issued for 2 years with the option to renew for 2 or 3 years. I need to tell the administration, hey, that's coming up. That is an administrative task. That is not a legal services task, and that's the way we've always handled it. I've never done that service for any other public entity client. There may be some smaller districts that receive that service. I know from talking to Dr. Carmen, he indicated that he's received that at least one district, but in another district he did not. So it's going to vary. If that is something that the administration of the board wanted their lawyers to do, we could do it. But you're paying a rate of somewhere between $100 and $200 an hour to have someone monitor a contract when you have professional staff on board at the district that do that on a regular basis.
Or software, contract administration software, which is what we use.
Next question I have, that it being a local policy, wouldn't you be as an attorney knowing that that is one of our policies built in our?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm familiar with the policy, and as soon as I was asked the question, I think Mr. Garcia called me and said, I'm getting asked a question about our extension process, and I said, okay, what's the question? He said, if we have a contract and it expires in 2 years but has an option to renew for another year or another year or another year, should we be bringing that to the board? And I said, yes. That was my direct answer to him. Don't you put it on consent? And I was told, no, we don't always do that. And I said, okay, well, I don't know why you're not always doing that. And then Dr. Carmen called me and said it was his concern. I said, you're right. I don't disagree with that. Certainly I can read the policy and understand it and apply it, but if we're not asked the question about it, I don't I don't go looking, I'm not an auditor. And I was actually talking to Dr. Carmen about that today. Why wasn't that an issue with the external auditors? You have auditors come in and they actually look at that. They look at compliance with local policy, they look at your contract administration, they look at how you're letting things. Why didn't the external auditors catch that when they're actually looking at it? And I don't know the answer to that either. And it may be that there is an accounting standard or some other opinion that believes it's okay for the administration to actually extend those because the board voted on them. I will tell you I don't hold that opinion. That's not my opinion.
Well, the issue was there was approximately 44 occurrences in this last 12 months that probably should have come to the board, making it $100,000 for each of those, those contracts or what have you. And so there you have it. With that said, that's a lot for us not to know. Where there's basically because they're not renewed, we don't have any idea. And I think that's something that we need to eventually address.
I completely agree.
That's a
with
huge
you.
oversight.
Yeah, I completely agree that if you apply the policy that Socorro has in place as written, those extensions, amendments, and renewals should have been coming back to the board. All I can tell you is that is not an item that we track. We've never been asked to track that or tasked to track that. It is not a legal service. It is contract administration that is done in-house by your in-house staff. Now, why they handled it that way, I don't know, and I'm not faulting them for it. Somebody may have told them they could do it, but it wasn't me.
Thank you. And another question. When a administrator or a board member or anyone calls your office or possibly yourself or one of the attorneys, are we billed immediately on that phone call? Is it logged? How is that process? I'm told that looking at the monthly, spreadsheet showing our expenses over time, that those are logged in and they're an expense that we have. I believe I saw that at a. Can you explain that to us?
Yeah, sure. So it depends. Lawyers, ethically and really from a client management standpoint, should be able to exercise their own judgment and discretion. I can tell you this, I field calls, and I have probably from every single one of you at different periods of time where I've not billed for it. It might be because you caught me driving home. It might be on a weekend. It might be that the call took me 2 minutes to answer your question. I don't bill you for that. Nobody in my office, Priscilla wouldn't bill you for that. If, however, a board member or an administrator calls and they ask a question that requires us to spend some time on the phone, usually figure at least 10 minutes. You're gonna have to talk, or you have to look something up, or you have to say, okay, let me get back to you, and it requires us to do some work, then yes, we bill that. We bill in 0.2 of an hour increments. That's the way we track our time. So those will show up occasionally, but that means that there was some work that was done. But no, frankly speaking, I can tell you that on a regular basis I get calls and we don't bill for it. There's no reason to bill for a simple, hey, Steve, what do you think about this? Well, here's what I think. Okay, I'm not going to bill you for that.
The reason why I asked that question, there's another firm that basically says that those calls they don't charge, or text messages whatsoever, especially if they're new things that are just questions that administrators and their practices, they don't charge. If it's an ongoing something that's an issue that's happening on the agenda, well, of course, that's when like yourself, and it's legit. It's a legitimate expense that we incur when we speak to you. It's your time. It's understandable. It's understandable. But I just want to clarify that.
What you're referring to would be some firms will offer like an on-call flat fee. I've seen it offered as a monthly charge. Someone might say you get unlimited texts or emails or routine things for some flat fee per month. You can certainly do that. I'll be frank with you, that is like a lost leader, in my opinion. We don't do that because what you're doing there is inviting the administration and board to call, and they'll do it on a regular basis. And what happens when they do that? Invariably, the lawyer on the other line, I don't know personally these lawyers that are doing this, and I don't know if the presenters tonight do it, but invariably what happens in those relationships is that call turns into, oh, we got to look into that. We'll research it for you. We assign somebody to it, and then that call that should have taken 0.2 or 0.3 and be done with turns into an hour-long project where you get billed at a higher rate. How do I know that? because we've taken over work for districts where they had that type of arrangement in place. So it's there, I'm aware of it, we don't offer it because again, I think it boils down to your lawyers being able to exercise judgment and discretion and charge a reasonable fee for the work they provide you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Do you have any questions? Nobody has any more questions?
Policy CH was brought up, but you are aware when your own firm contract comes up for renewal, right? You don't have to monitor anybody else's, but you're aware when your own contract comes up, right?
When my contract comes up, when it's on the agenda? Yeah, oh yes, yes sir, I do.
It hadn't appeared on an agenda.
I don't know that it did or it didn't. I asked Dr. Carmen that whether it was on consent or not, and I was told that it was not. It's my belief and my expectation that when contracts are being administered by the staff, when something has to be renewed, it will appear on an agenda. I haven't gone back and researched it. I don't know that ours did or didn't. If it didn't,
your contract, not anybody.
no, and I'm talking about mine. I'm telling you, I don't know if it did or if it didn't. If it didn't, then certainly that's an oversight. It's something that we should catch and it should be there. I'm not sitting here telling you that it is faultless. That's the one contract that I would think, okay, it didn't show up on an agenda. I would catch the fact that it didn't show up on an agenda, and I would tell the administration, this didn't show up on the agenda. That didn't happen.
Thank you for the clarification. With that said, I think we've expired our time. We'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Blanco.
Morales, it sounds like concern with CH local is a standing concern, and I would ask us instead to make sure that Dr. Carmen, because it's 44 separate instances, and it looks like it's something that Dr. Carmen needs to review and make sure that we maintain compliance with it. Probably not just those, but others as well. I believe that is where it should be fixed.
I agree. That's something that we really got a concern that we have now, and it was brought tonight to our attention. Do we have our other firm in-house? We have Escamilla and Ponick LLP.
Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
So we're distributing the 10 copies of our presentation, which of course corresponds to the video presentation. Where do I aim the clicker? At the screen? Okay. Let me test it. Yeah, okay. So good evening. My name is Doug Ponick. I'm here on behalf of Escamilla and Ponick. With me today are a number of our attorneys. I'll have them introduce themselves later, but they represent different areas of the firm that we'll touch upon. And my hope is that we will get through the presentation in a shorter period of time so to allow for perhaps questions that you may have that we can answer in a more direct fashion, if that's okay with the board. With your permission?
You do have 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then at the end, we'll have a 10-minute session.
Okay,
For
very
questions
good.
answered.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. As I said, we are Escamilla and Ponick. We have been around since 1991 and continuously represented school districts throughout that time. Our primary area of practice is representing school districts. We have, throughout that whole period of time, been a 100% minority-owned firm. And we started in 1991. We have approximately 68% of our firm is led by women or minorities. We also represent other kinds of governmental entities, and we think that that has strengthened our practice because there are many times when we interface with other governmental entities, cities, counties, housing authorities, what have you, and we think that that helps in the practice that we have with school clients. In addition to that, we represent clients throughout Texas. So we have clients as far north as Fort Worth. We represent clients in the central Texas area. We represent clients along the border. We have done some work historically in the El Paso area. So we're familiar with representing clients from diverse areas of our state and have, I think, performed very well in being responsive to all the clients, no matter their location. So we think that in order to do our work effectively, we have to always be mindful of the greater public interest. One of the things that I derive benefit from and satisfaction in this practice is representing governmental entities that answer to the people, that answer to the public. If we represent a school district, we're answering to the parents and community that are hoping that the school district will be able to educate the children of the community in the highest, to the highest levels. We represent other kinds of governmental entities in the same fashion. And what that means in terms of our orientation is that we understand that all of us, not only the board, not only the employees who do work for the school district, but also the service providers, that we're all ultimately accountable to the public. And so our ethos in that representation is that whatever advice we give you, whatever assistance we give you, it's as if we're imagining that the public is watching what advice we're giving you. We don't think it serves anyone's interest, ultimately the public, but also you, the client, to have you get an answer that's convenient, but is not going to be something that you can defend over the course of time. We think that in order for any entity to do its mission, it has to be viewed as having high integrity so that people will buy into what this entity is doing, and ultimately that helps deliver on the mission of the entity. So although we can have private, confidential sessions with you in a closed session, again, our long-term focus is to make sure that whatever we do for you is defensible and sustainable in terms of having credibility with the people you answer to. Our philosophy on the role of school district council is that we see the school district as this disembodied entity, this thing that is not a person, but it is the district. And the highest embodiment of the district is its board of trustees. So ultimately, we understand that you speak for this entity more than anyone else does. You have the highest authority. Then the parties that also contribute to advancing the interests of the district, the superintendent and the pyramid underneath him, the administrative pyramid, and again, all of us as service providers, we all have to further the interest of the school district. And our obligation, our loyalty is to the entity. So again, our sustained philosophy is to make sure that everyone we're working with, the superintendent, with staff, whomever, that we all remain loyal to this entity and do what's in the best interest of the entity at all times. So though we work well with your staff, we're working as teammates to advance the interest of the school district. We are not confusing ourselves as to who the client ultimately is. These are the areas that we regularly advise our clients in, and that's listed in that page there. We have, as I said, over 30 years of experience doing this. I would say the average level of experience of our lawyers is well over 20 years. As you'll shortly hear from some of the staff that we have here today, we have been practicing in these areas for a very long period of time. And that experience can only inure to your benefit. We've been, again, representing school districts for 30 continuous years and have done it in these diverse parts of the state. There are two features that I think set us apart from just your typical school law firm. One is that we have an active governmental relations practice, and that is, I think, of great benefit to our clients, because typically what lawyers do is we hear what the legislature has passed as legislation, and we conform to making sure that our clients follow the laws that the legislature has passed, or we will see what court decisions are out there and tell you this is what courts have decided, so now we have to adhere to these new rules that this court has announced. But having a governmental relations practice helps us address things on the front end. So we can see issues, we can understand the client's issues, what are your needs, and we try to find creative ways to solve the needs of a district so that we're doing something on a proactive side and not just advising you on what's been handed down. And we've had, I think, good success in trying to address issues that are peculiar to your particular district. We have two people in our staff, Marty De Leon and MJ Nicchio. MJ Nicchio is originally from El Paso, and you may have recall his family had a couple of restaurants, Italian restaurants here many years ago called the Nicchios, I think is what it was. I don't know if that rings a bell, but he would actually walk up and down the aisles and sing in opera form for the clients. So we have a connection to El Paso that we're very proud of. The other connection, the other unusual part of our practice, our firm, is the bond counsel practice. And we mention that only for your information. You know, we're hopeful that obviously we can do whatever the client requires of us. But again, this is another aspect that sets us apart from most firms. And when I say we have a bond counsel practice, as you'll see in that chart, we've done over 700 financings. And we are not just co-bond counsel, we are typically the lead bond counsel on deals. So we have a very serious practice in that regard, and not many school law firms can lay claim to that. Finally, these are the folks that would probably be sort of the lead for this district. Myself, Ms. Valerie Carrillo, who's covering another meeting this evening, she could not be here, and Mr. Marty De Leon, who is with us tonight. And as you will see, we have very complementary practice areas. In addition to that, this is just sort of the broader list of folks that make up part of our firm. As I mentioned, I'm Doug Ponick, Marty De Leon is here, Stacy Ferguson is here, Humberto Aguilera is here, and Mr. Bob Ramirez. I'm going to ask them just to quickly step forward and tell you a little bit about themselves, and then we'll continue. Marty, you want to come forward?
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation to speak. Very briefly, again, by way of introduction, my name is Marty De Leon. I have been an attorney and a registered lobbyist for over 2 decades, and part of my practice is to craft solutions that are unique to your issues. And we have a legislative session that begins in about less than 9 months. So it's incumbent, at least I say to clients, start thinking of a wish list, things you'd like to work on, so that we could make an impact here for the start of the new year, the new school year, and for the community that needs issues addressed by lawmakers in Austin.
Now I'll have Stacy Ferguson come forward.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Ferguson, and I handle the special education litigation and 504 issues that come up in our office. I also have a keen interest in school nursing and in school psychology and counselors in that realm. So I train quite a bit of personnel statewide on those issues.
Good evening, Humberto Aguilera. I've been practicing for 15 years, focusing in public finance, serving as bond counsel to a variety of governmental issuers, including school districts, also serving as underwriters counsel and disclosure counsel. My emphasis in my practice area has been the representation of school districts as bond counsel.
Good evening, Bobby Ramirez. I have been practicing almost 30 years in school law. My practice is devoted to contracts of all kinds, real estate, construction, procurement, employment, and I also handle a lot of governance issues for school clients. Oh, and also, I grew up in El Paso, so and we hope to move back here soon. So I really hope to be back here soon.
So I don't know if everyone mentioned the amount of experience they have, but I would just reflect that Marty's had over 20 years, Humberto said 15, Stacy's had over 30 years, Bob's had over 30 years, I've had over 30 years. Again, we think that the experience matters. We have seen difficult situations for school districts. There are political fights, there are controversies, and we have thick skin with regard to those issues because we have faith that ultimately people are trying to do the right thing, or there are enough people who are trying to do the right thing. And we're confident that if we give you consistent, reliable advice that you can then do the right thing with. you're going to serve the greater interests of this district. And over time, that's going to play itself out, and it seems to have always been the case that that's the case. Lastly, I guess I would just touch on our fee structure. So our fees range from about $225 to $295 for attorneys based on experience, and then legal assistants are $125 an hour. We charge for things that are just direct cost, database research, deliveries, to the extent that there are any, photocopies of, there's less of this kind of activity than there used to be, but should there be a significant amount, then we would charge for that. The transportation issue, I would just say this, our goal would be to have you feel as if, frankly, we're right next door. So we're not looking to charge unduly for transportation. Whatever your traditional transportation reimbursement would be, if you pay for mileage or whatever. But our focus would be as if we were located in El Paso at all times. So there are attorneys that we have throughout the state that may have to come and visit you in person. I would be doing that as well. But we would not want transportation costs to be an issue. We're just saying whatever it is you normally would pay for that, we would just ask to get the same expense recovery. That is essentially our presentation. We're happy to answer questions. I hope that we can almost have a discussion, but I know your time is limited. But I would open it up for questions if you're ready to do so.
Morales.
Go ahead.
Where are you located at? Where are you from?
So we're based in San Antonio. That's where our headquarters is. But we have attorneys in Houston, in the Austin area, and we have an attorney that works in the Dallas-Fort Worth area as needed. And as Bob just mentioned, he's looking to move back to El Paso. So our plan would be to have at least Bob here physically, and then I would travel here as needed.
So you'd be willing to open up an office here?
Yes.
I have a question here really quick.
Yes, sir.
Well, the concern I guess I have, is that the fact that you're out of town and you're not local. And I think one of the remedies for that is having in fact, he's from El Paso, so that's going to make hopefully a difference there, that we can have access to somebody.
Right.
And I also like the fact that you all have areas of expertise pertaining to school law, talking about nurses, that y'all focus, and that's a great advantage.
Yes, sir.
I see that as a great advantage for us to consider. And then lastly, the fact of the matter is that the cost, how would we offset that cost? I mean, over time with travel. I mean, the fact that I know we do virtual now, so I mean, we can literally, just take that and use that as far as sessions that we may have with you in this case. But the fact of the matter is that's still going to be an expense we're going to have to incur.
So again, to be clear, I want you to feel like we are based in El Paso. And so that means if I'm flying over here, I'm not charging for that cost. I'm eating that cost. It's worth it for me to do that because I have faith that the work that we do will be valued appropriately, and that's a minor cost. It's a cost that we will absorb. All I'm saying, though, is if, for example, your traditional pattern has been to pay for some attorney in downtown El Paso to travel to a board meeting here, if you gave them mileage reimbursement or whatever, we're just saying, yeah, we would ask for that. But if you don't do that, then we would live with that. We're fine with that. We don't want you to be concerned about selecting a firm because of an additional transportation cost. That's not what we would want you to feel.
About it? Go ahead.
I think Mr. Anafna, go ahead. So I guess I'm gonna flat out ask this question: is the rate that you have, that's the best you guys can offer?
Well, I mean, we can talk about it and negotiate, I suppose, but we're trying to reflect experience that you're getting for. So we represent a number of clients, and this is the traditional rate structure we use. So we're trying to be sensitive to the fact that this is what we think is fair. But if you wanted us to work in a different way, then I would be open to doing that. I just could not say to you, okay, we'll cut our rates to whatever number you want. I cannot do that off the hand. But I'd be open to discussing options if you feel the need.
So before I ask this question, I just gotta ask one, and I don't know who may have this answer, maybe Ms. Borrego. We do have a SPED attorney already, correct? And you guys provide, so that's my question now to you guys. You guys provide that service as well, right?
Yes, we do. Stacy has been doing that work for, as I said, over 30 years.
And if there was a sped concern or issue we had to deal with, she would fly down, same thing at no cost.
Absolutely. The same would apply to any attorney from the firm, no matter where they came from.
So would that be that we would not have to incur that expense for that particular employee or attorney if we have
It would depend on the
a
agreement.
situation where we have someone that can handle that? I'm just,
That would be up
That's-
to the board to decide what duties they want a general counsel to provide, whether they want to continue with separate special education attorneys, or if you wanted to retain the general counsel for that. That would be your board decisions.
I would encourage you to try us and then see how you feel about the service.
Sure.
Because the details can be worked out.
I just wondered, I was curious
yeah.
to see why would we want to employ two attorneys that are basically expert in both, right? That would be expert in special ed. The other question I had was San Diego, is that California?
No, it's San Diego, Texas, which is near Alice, Texas. And I purposely put that in there because it's a very small district in a very rural place. But I personally handle that account because I've done it for so many years, and they're like family basically. But I'm very proud of that work that we do. But it's a small community, just near the Corpus region.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I saw that San Diego and it didn't clarify.
I always have to
Say,
tell
man,
people
you
I'm
guys
going to
go
San
that far
Diego.
to
Yeah.
Service clients. That's
No, sir, no.
that's amazing.
I don't get to go to San Diego, California, but I do get to go to San Diego, Texas. And I always have to tell people I'm going to San Diego, Texas, and it's not to avoid the confusion.
I did see that. And then another thing I noticed that you had 68% of the firm is led by women.
And minorities. And minorities, a combination of the two.
Oh,
Yes.
combined.
Yes, sir.
Combined.
Yes. We think that our firm should represent the diversity of the communities and the clients we have, and we've been like that since the beginning. That's why we've been minority-owned since 1991.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, Mr. Nahara, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ponick, before you, it was Ponick, correct?
Yes, Ponick. Very good. Thank you.
You do understand the level of commitment that you're making when you say you travel out here for our meetings. We have a special board meeting this week. We've got another board meeting next week. We've got another 2, I believe, special board meetings at the beginning of June. And then we have our regular board meeting in June. So you're committing that someone would be here for our meetings and that we would incur no additional travel costs?
Right.
Okay.
We have it. So one of the things I would say to you is sometimes I may have a conflict. I don't intend to have a conflict typically. But the point of having a firm is to have a number of people who can maybe pitch in on an as-needed basis. My commitment is to be the face of the firm as much as possible all the time. But in the case that I have a conflict or something, I'd say, okay, Valerie, will you please cover that meeting for me? We've done that successfully as needed throughout our representation of other clients. It's not typical. Now, I will tell you, I don't know how many times you folks meet and stuff, so I'd want to get acquainted with that, but my commitment would be to try to be here every single time, and if I can't be, then it would be unusual.
Well, we've had that situation where our firm does send, an alternative.
Right.
An alternate or
Right.
a different attorney. So that's not okay.
Mr. Morales.
Mr. De Leon?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm
Finish
sorry.
up.
Mr. De Leon, as a lobbyist for representing the Socorro School District, who would you lobby and for what?
So the Texas legislature is primarily where my practice lies, and so looking at the issues that Socorro is facing. So I'll give you a quick example. Rate 41, everyone's familiar with that? It's a big issue for many here in this area, but there's an opportunity I see looking at the utilities code, the Texas Utilities Code, that provides a 20% discount to colleges. Right? So why not amend that statute to include school districts, or maybe those that offer early college high schools?
But who specifically would you lobby? I mean, would you?
Obviously, we would broach the idea with the El Paso delegation.
Okay, which we've been very unsuccessful for the last 20 years for rate 41. Who else?
Well, we would start at the top. We would start with the lieutenant governor, who is regarded as the most powerful lawmaker. So we would start with that office and work our way down, to be honest. The way the legislature works, you can shop your ideas with your local lawmaker, but if the lieutenant governor doesn't like your idea, it's going to be a tough sell. So we would start with leadership. always.
Okay, so, okay, thank you, sir. I just, there's lots of entities here in El Paso who have lobbyists, and because El Paso is who we are, we're the blue portion of a red state. And so I was hoping for a different answer, something, I don't know, but I just.
If I may, well, just to clarify, so I did some work for the El Paso Independent School District, and they had asked, could you get us out of TRS active care? So that was legislation that that district specifically wanted, and we were successful in getting that legislation passed, which now allows every school district the ability to opt out.
Yeah. Now, the difference there is that TRS active care affected districts all across the state, so it just wasn't the El Paso delegation, that had the impact. And we were probably a minority because El Paso and I believe Isledo were the only two districts in this area who subscribed to it at the time. But you did answer my very next question, can you give me an example of, legislation that you helped advance where it was successful? Mr. Ponick, again, who are your current El Paso clients?
We don't have any current El Paso clients. We had done some work previously. Well, I should restate that. Marty has just told you that he did some work for the El Paso School District with regard to the GR work. We had previously worked representing Clint ISD for a number of years, and the lawyer who worked with us in that separated from the firm, and so he took that client with him. But we did have some experience representing an El Paso area client.
Is that the 10 minutes or is that the 15 minutes? Okay.
Quick,
So we're done?
Just one quick question. The
Yes, sir.
individual that left, was it Clint you said?
Yes. Juan Cruz.
Yes, I'm familiar. He represented us when I was.
What is your largest district that you've represented?
San Antonio ISD and Round Rock ISD, I would say, are the two larger ones. We've done work. Now, we also do work for Fort Worth, so that's even larger.
You've represented or done work for them?
Sorry?
Have you represented or just done some work for them?
Fort Worth would be done some work for, but SAISD and Round Rock, we were the lead counsel and many, we did most of the work for them.
Go ahead.
The other firm mentioned they had somebody highly trained in open government and TSLAC. Do you have someone that?
Well, I would tell you, if it's regarding board training, I'd be happy to be the person that trains you on that. I've been doing this work for 30 years. I've seen pretty much everything you can see under TOMA and open meetings. I've experienced it. I had an example, for example, of a client who refused to allow me to advise them in a closed session because they were interested in hearing from the contractor that I was going to give them advice regarding, and unfortunately that board was, in my view, affected by that contractor to an inappropriate degree. And I was told by that board, we will only go into a closed session if the contractor can also come in and hear what advice you're going to give. I, of course, have a duty to the district and refused to do that. We were ultimately fired for that refusal to do that. So when I say I know about the Open Meetings Act and how important our role is as your lawyer, I think I can give you not only the training that you would be needing, but also real-life experiences that I think will actually make the law mean more to you.
TSLAC site, the records,
The PI information requests and
all
that.
that retention, all that.
Sure, absolutely.
Specialists, yep.
Those are fairly standard. They're issued, by the state. There are different amounts of time that you're supposed to maintain documents depending on the document. So yes, I could also walk you through that.
It's pretty much.
Okay.
Time is up.
It's very fast.
On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here tonight and the travel, and hopefully, we'll.
It's our pleasure, and we appreciate the opportunity, and I want to reassure you again that our commitment to you would be such that you would not be concerned about the travel or the distance issue at all. Thank you.
Thank you again. a little break, or you want to continue?
We can take a recess after this one.
Okay.
It'll kind of be
Yes. Okay. At this time, we're going to have the Mounts Green, Meyer, Selfie, Paxton, and Galazdan, PC. Galatzan, PC.
Guys on the hospital side.
Oh, no wonder.
Completely different group of people.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Safi. I'm pleased to be here tonight. President Morales, honorable board members, Superintendent Carmen, on behalf of the Mounts Green, Meyer, Safi, Paxson, and Galatzan Law Firm. I was asked to prepare a 10-page summary of our qualification statement, and I understand I'm to hand it to the board member.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir?
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to you tonight. We're pleased to do so. Glad that we were selected to make a presentation. With me tonight are David Marasso and Michelle Esparza. I'll be doing most of the presentation. I'm going to try to leave some time for Michelle to also make some comments as well. She is a proud product of this school district, so I'm sure you'll want to hear from her. We believe that our written submission establishes our qualifications to represent a school district such as the Socorro district. Our firm has been around here in El Paso. We've always been an El Paso firm since 1904. Over 110 years, and we've represented school districts for about 70 years, since the 1950s. We currently represent, 5 school districts in Region 19 on a regular basis. We represent on a regular basis a school district in Region 18, and we have represented school districts, various school districts throughout West Texas, on special projects and litigation matters, and we have done so for many years. What's shown depicted there is where our offices are downtown. We're 1 block from the courthouse, and I think you know the value of having an El Paso firm to represent you. You've heard from a fine out-of-town firm. You're going to hear from 2 more fine out-of-town firms, but they are out of town. And I'm not telling you that you should change from your current counsel. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying, though, is if you change from your current counsel, there is no need for you to go out of town. You can keep it here local and have a very well-qualified law firm represent you. Our mission and philosophy has always been to exercise independent professional judgment on behalf of our clients, giving them the best possible legal advice, independent of any political pressures, independent of any other considerations other than the best possible legal advice. And we fully understand that it is the board that ultimately is the ultimate decision maker in the district, and our duty of loyalty goes to the board. Now, an example of our giving independent professional advice, regardless of political considerations. One of the earliest examples in the school law context goes back to 1955. An attorney in the firm who's now deceased, gone on to his reward, in 1955, right after the Brown versus Board of Education decisions were handed down by the United States Supreme Court, saying that segregated schools were unconstitutional for the first time. And this was contrary to the state law in Texas and many other states that required separate schools for African American children. He advised one of our school district clients that had a separate school for African American children pursuant to state law, you have to desegregate. There was a lot of political backlash to that. But he said, well, that's the law, that's our professional judgment, you need to do it. And he was able to convince the board that that was the right thing and legal thing to do. One of the trustees at that meeting got so upset that he resigned, walked up, and walked out of the meeting, okay? But that board took that advice, and it was the first school board in the state of Texas to desegregate its schools. That happened way long time ago, but that, you know, we passed that down from one generation of lawyers in the firm to the next generation as an example of what it is we're supposed to do. And what's on the screen now is a depiction of that case with the headline after the U.S. Supreme Court acted. In addition to school law work, we are a general civil practice firm. And there's a lot to be said for having a general civil practice firm represent you that has within it school law expertise. I know that I do an awful lot of school law work. I'm very glad that I practice with attorneys that have other areas of specialty that I can call upon when I encounter an issue that they have special expertise in. And so whereas we do a lot of school law work, we do a lot of other work as well, particularly litigation. And we have a very strong litigation presence in the courthouse that pays off, that experience really pays off for our clients. In terms of school law, we stay up to date, attend conferences, receive regularly legal updates from the Texas Association of School Boards, National School Board Association, Council of School Attorneys, the Texas Education Agency, and so forth. And we stay up to date on all the current school law issues. I myself just got back from the NSBA conference in San Diego, where I was a speaker. I was asked to speak as part of a panel of other lawyers out there. We specifically, labor and employment law, we've done a lot of labor and employment law in the school district context, including all types of wrongful termination claims, employment discrimination, whistleblower claims. We've been asked to assist other law firms with friend of the court briefs on whistleblower claims. We've handled a lot of termination, non-renewal cases on behalf of school districts. We do a lot of open meetings work, Open Records Act work. I worked today on 2 submissions on behalf of a school district client to the Attorney General on open records issues. I advised a different school district client yesterday on some Open Meetings Act issues. And this is stuff that's, done on a day in and day out basis. We've got expertise and experience in numerous other areas relevant to school districts, election law. We've handled redistrictings ever since going back to I think the first redistricting we did was after the 1990 census. Then we've done them after 2010, 2020. 2010, and we're assisting two of our client districts now with single-member trustee redistrictings. We look at contracts all the time, advise our school district clients on contract provisions, what they need to include, what should be excluded when the other side's asking for it. We advise a lot on purchasing procurement issues, construction contract issues. We have experience with eminent domain, which as a school board you hope you don't have to use in order to acquire property, but if that's ever necessary, we've got it. And you know, all those other various areas that we discussed in our written submission. And of course, these are areas where the expertise of other attorneys in the firm that aren't necessarily school lawyers, that most of their work's not school law work, really can come in handy. We've handled litigation for school districts, all different kinds of litigation at every level of state court, including we've argued cases in the Texas Supreme Court, school law cases. We've handled cases in the federal system, argued in the Fifth Circuit, and handled them on up to the U.S. Supreme Court. We listed over 30 in our expanded submission. We listed over 30 school law cases that we had handled. We provided the citations to those. Many of those appellate court opinions. I've got here on this list a few representative samples. One in particular that stands out is the McIntyre case, McIntyre versus El Paso ISD. That case was filed in 2007 by 7 plaintiffs against the school district and 5 administrators, primarily alleging federal and state constitutional law alleged violations. And that case, we filed motions to dismiss, summary judgment motions that were overruled. We appealed those. It went to the El Paso Court of Appeals, which ruled in our favor. It went up to, from there, it went to the Texas Supreme Court, which ruled in our favor on some of the issues, but remanded it back to the Court of Appeals on others. Then we went to the Court of Appeals again, then finally down to this trial court. And last year, after 14 years on file, the last of that case was dismissed with not a penny paid by the school district. You may ask, well, why wasn't it settled at somewhere down the line? Sometimes you encounter plaintiffs that you can't settle with. And that was an example of that. It took 14 years, but we did do it. We got rid of that entire case. Something that, you know, I like to talk about is we've been asked frequently by the Texas Association of School Boards Legal Assistance Fund to write amicus curiae, or friend of the court briefs. The TASB LAF is a fund affiliated with TASB that when a school district is involved in a case that might have statewide application, they can ask them to have a friend of the court brief filed. We've done a number of those. One of them that's in the written submission involved the issue of the privacy or not of dates of birth of public employees. And we were called into that case to file a friend of the court brief, and we were able to demonstrate to the Texas Supreme Court, unlike the other parties to the case, that a date of birth is a critical piece of information relating to identity theft. And this was over 10 years ago when identity theft was sort of first becoming a thing. And the Texas Supreme Court reversed the lower courts, reversed the Attorney General, and adopted our position that those should be confidential. Also on Texas Commissioner of Education Appeals, we've handled a number of those. We're involved right now in an interesting one. A small district in the Texas Panhandle that we had never represented before asked us to represent them in a detachment and annexation case. Those don't come up very often. A neighboring district is trying to take a bunch of their jurisdictional territory, and they've asked us to represent them on that. It's pending before the commissioner now. We have, there's a picture there of our partners. We have 14 attorneys listed as Texas super lawyers. We didn't come up with that name. Texas Monthly did. That's limited to the top 5% of lawyers in the state. It's based on peer review. We have 12 lawyers, Martindale Hubble AV Preeminent, the highest possible rating. 10 lawyers listed in Best Lawyers, 11 board certified by the Texas Board of Legal Certification. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle Esparza, one of our bright young stars. As I said, she's a product of this district. And if y'all are turning out more like Michelle, we'd love to hire them. Michelle?
Good evening, board. Thank you for having us. So as Mr. Safi said, I'm an associate at the firm, and I'm one of the firm's school law attorneys. I just want to briefly introduce myself and give you guys a little bit of background on me and a little more on Anthony Safi. So I was born and raised on the east side. I grew up in SISD schools. I went to Helen Ball, then Lujan Chavez, then I graduated from Sunridge, then I graduated from El Dorado High School. And I had a wonderful experience in high school and wonderful teachers. And I was able and lucky enough to get a almost full ride scholarship to UTEP. So I'm a proud UTEP minor. And then I went off to law school for 3 years at Ohio State and came back to El Paso because I knew I wanted to be here, and joined the firm about 3 years ago. And I've been working with Tony Safi on various school law matters with various different school districts, large and small, all over Southwest Texas. So it's really come full circle for me to be here today, to be able to present to you all and to offer our credentials and services to the district. So just if the board has not already had an idea of what an experienced school law firm we are and the expertise that we hold, I just want to say that there's a giant and a state recognized expert in our firm. Tony Safi has been recognized by the state and also the country in various very prestigious awards, such as he's the only El Paso attorney that has ever achieved the distinction of Texas Super Lawyer in the education and school law area. He is only one of 14 attorneys recognized in the entire state of Texas as a school law super lawyer. He's also the past chair of the Texas Council of School Attorneys and the only El Paso lawyer to hold this position. And he was also the chair of the school law section of the State Bar of Texas. And he's only the second lawyer from El Paso to ever have served as chair. And the first was the attorney that he spoke about previously that had advised our client district to implement Brown versus Board of Education. So as he said previously, there's no need to go out of town if you will be switching law firms. There's plenty of school law expertise at our firm. And
you're going to have to go at this time. We have a time limit.
Oh,
and we're going to
yes.
have the next 10 minutes to ask questions.
Okay,
So
perfect.
we'll
Yeah, so
come
we'll
back.
open it up to questions now, and thank you all very much for your time.
With that said, questions you might have for their firm?
What are your rates?
We included a fee schedule that we submitted today that lists all our rates. They range from and they're based on the years of experience of the attorney. They range from our least experienced attorneys are at an hourly rate of $150 an hour, and then it goes on up based on years of experience. I think our most experienced attorneys, and I think that's like licensed either 35 or 40 years, something like that, it's 245. But on most things, you'll end up with kind of on many matters, you'll have, if a younger attorney can do the work, we'll have the younger attorney do the work and bill at the lower rate. But that is our school district hourly rate schedule that we provided a copy of. And I would say that, as you know, the fee is the product of the hourly rate times the number of hours. And so you need to be able to consider not just the hourly rate, but also the efficiency with which the law firm can do the work and the number of hours that are going to be billed. You know, 1 hour at $250 an hour will save you money compared to 2 hours at $150 an hour. So that's something that clients always need to bear in mind.
Question.
Go ahead, Mr. Nahara.
Mr. Safi, thank you for making that clarification, but tell me as a board member, how do I differentiate that? How can I look at the information that I've been presented by 5 different law firms and understand that you all are going to be more efficient? What if everybody else walks in here and says the exact same thing? What can I look at that would objectively tell me, oh, Mounts, Green, Myers, and I'm sorry, I forgot all the other names, they're more efficient, therefore they would provide a better rate?
Well, I'll tell you this. In terms of efficiency, I think you need to look at the qualifications of the firm. And don't get me wrong, all the firms, I'm familiar with all the firms that are talking to you today. All the firms that are talking to you today are well qualified, okay? I'm not saying that we necessarily are the most efficient, but I think besides qualifications, then you also need to consider the rates. I'll be surprised if your 2 El Paso firms' hourly rates aren't lower than your out-of-town firms. I'll be surprised if that's not the case. You need to look at the rates. You need to look at also the local aspect, okay? Does your attorney office down the road, or does the attorney office 600 miles away? Because there's going to be more expense involved there. There's no doubt about it. So I would say you look at the qualifications, you look at the rates, but I don't know. I guess a board could come up with a test to give law firms. You could have a legal consultant come up with a test and say, here are 10 questions, true or false. Here are 10 questions, multiple choice, and it's going to be graded on a curve, okay? It's not going to be how many you get right, but how long it took you to answer them. You're going to go in a room, no internet, no nothing, just in your head. I mean, you could come up with something like that.
Right.
If you want to do that someday, I might be able to help you come up with the questions, but not if I was going to take the test.
But are you going to bill us for it?
No.
Just kidding.
Not if I was going to take the test. No, you need an independent person to come up with a test. But that would be, I mean, I've never seen that done. I've never seen clients in terms of a beauty contest for law firms test the firms like that. It could be done.
Mr. Safi, if you were selected, who would be representing our district? Who would be here for our meetings? Who would the face of the firm be? Well, or the presence?
It would be, well, that's something we would want to talk to you all about. Okay? I mean, we're not going to dictate to you who it's going to be. I would suggest that it would be initially either myself or David Marasso. David has quite a bit of experience with Open Meetings Act issues, which are critical for the attorney that's at the board meeting to really know the Open Meetings Act. And I think David has a wide variety of experience in public sector matters as well as private sector matters. And I think either one of us initially, I'd like to work Michelle Esparza into the mix also. Other lawyers with the firm could do it. We also listed Clyde Pine, Bruce Kaler, Monica Perez. Monica would be outstanding, but we can't make too much of a commitment in her part because she's in a runoff right now for a county court at law position. And so I gave her a pass tonight. I said, go campaign, don't, you know, so that's one of the reasons she's not here. But anyway, there are various attorneys could do, but I think initially it'd probably be myself or Mr. Medasso. But we'd like to talk to y'all about that.
Mr. Safi, and the last question from me, who are your other El Paso school district clients? I know Isletta's one of them.
Correct. Anthony, El Paso, Fabens, Isleta, Fort Hancock in Hudspeth County, and then in Region 18, Presidio Independent School District. I think that's all. Anthony, El Paso, Fabens, Isleta, Fort Hancock, Presidio. Those are the ones we represent on a regular basis. But as I mentioned, we've been hired several times in the past by other school districts for special projects, like the one I mentioned, where it's this little district in the Panhandle that hired us on this detachment and annexation matter. And we will get hired on that. We'll also get hired on the recommendation of the regular school district council when they have a conflict develop. And we do that regularly when attorneys we know will recommend us to the school district.
We have a couple more questions. Go ahead, Mr.
My question, do you have a special education attorney?
Well, frankly, we do not. We do not have an attorney that does special education on a regular basis. I will counsel client, we used to, and he's of counsel now, semi-retired. I will counsel attorneys on special education cases. I have attended, ARD committee meetings. I have handled, matter of fact, I was asked by another law firm to assist them just last year, continuing to early this year, in a pretty serious special education case that they're handling. Now it's in federal court. It involves a unilateral residential placement of a student. They asked me for my help on that. I've helped them on that. So I've done some of it. I do not do it on a regular basis, and I would not call myself a special education attorney, but I am familiar with it, and certainly we could do that. A number of our clients, number of our school district clients have special counsel just for special education work. And, the attorneys that do nothing but special education. And so we do have some clients that do that.
Without any other questions, well, thank you for your presentation tonight. And,
thank you for the opportunity. We appreciate the opportunity and the time you've given us. Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, how much? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
How many more? We got two more left, right?
Five. We're gonna go ahead and take a short recess, a 5-minute recess. The time is 9:14. Back from our 5-minute recess. The time is 9:23. Bring us back up. At this time, we're going to continue with our interview with our firms. We have our guest here, the firm Hanlon. Help me with this. Merarath and Castillo. Got it?
Perfect.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Carmen. My name is Benjamin Castillo. I'm here on behalf of O'Hanlon, Demarath, and Castillo. And with me tonight, we have Attorney Priscilla Lozano, Attorney Eden Ramirez, and Attorney Shelley Smith. Thank you. I know it's been a long night, so we won't take up too much of your time, but we're here to answer whatever questions you guys may have. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Mr. Ramirez to move forward with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, and good evening, members of the board. Again, I'll reiterate, thank you all so much for having us here tonight. It really is our pleasure to present before you, introduce a little bit about our firm, what we do, who we work with, and how we think and why we think we'd be a great fit for your school district here in Socorro ISD. At the offset, we'll start with a little bit about our qualifications and why we think we're good. And so our work revolves all around education law. What we do day in, day out is dealing with school districts, dealing with board members, dealing with administrations, dealing with school departments, providing day-to-day legal guidance across the entire state of Texas. So we are a firm that has a Texas-wide reach, but we always want to make sure our clients feel like they have a hometown lawyer. And our qualifications go back over 20 years of being in the industry, including with Mr. Kevin O'Hanlon having led the Texas Education Agency as general counsel in the early 90s. So our firm is rooted in education. We work in education, and we're all in some way or form former educators or work with school districts in our firm. So we think that when we talk about qualifications, if you're looking for a firm that is an education law firm, then you're looking at one of the right firms to do this for you, because this is what we do, what we breathe, and what we do every single day. When we look a little bit about our inception, like I mentioned, we started back in 1994. We have about 15 attorneys in our firm, and everything we do deals around education. Specifically, when you look at the work that we do, we work with school boards as board councils. We also work with the administration to deal with the administrative issues of the day that are going on in the school district. This involves doing everything from human resources, personnel, working with construction, working with your energy departments, working with your student services, working with curriculums, anything that deals with school districts and the works, we've already seen it. At this point, there's nothing that's happened in a school district that we haven't seen that we have some experience with in working with in our firm. We are a one-stop firm as a firm, and our attorneys all have different expertise that come with that in our firm. And that's what makes us very unique, is that all of us here provide something that we can make sure you don't have to look elsewhere when you're working with our law firm here. When you look at some of the people who we worked with and some of our former clients, we did include a client sheet at your request, and we work with districts as big as your size, similar, like Brownsville ISD, Fort Worth ISD, but we also work with smaller districts. We have a broad range of expertise ranging from small districts to big districts, and certainly a district the size of Socorro. We're very proud that the work that we do deals everything from board governance, litigation, personnel matters, special education, Texas Open Meetings Act, and everything in between that you can imagine that a school district faces on day in, day out. Our team specifically, and I've mentioned this a little bit already, is made up with very unique people. All of our team is made up of individuals who've had some exposure to public education in Texas. We have former board members, we have current board members, we have former school administrators, we have former attorneys for the Texas Education Agency, law clerks for TEA, ranging former teachers. And so when you look at our way we compose our team, everyone has sort of that education background at the beginning, at the inception of their careers, moving forward to the attorneys that we've grown to be to work with school districts across the entire state. But we also included references here for you. We encourage you to reach out to our references. I think that for as much as we can say ourselves, being up here with you today presenting, I think our references can say a lot more than we can about the work that we do. And so we did include districts in here that are large-sized school districts like yourself, so you can hear from them directly exactly the kind of work that we do and what they think about the work that we do. We've included both board presidents and including superintendents, so you can see both sides of our experience on how we work with board as a board general counsel, and we work with administration as attorneys for administration. And in some school districts where they already have a board counsel and only want us to work with the administration, we only work with the administration, or vice versa. Some school districts already have administration that works with an attorney and they want board counsel, and we work as board counsel. We are a very flexible firm in how we do business, and we want to make sure that we provide the needs that you're looking for, not just whatever we're here to offer you specifically. But I do encourage you to reach out to our references. I think they'll have a lot to say about who we are and how we do business, and I think you'll be very impressed with the quality of the work that we can provide here for your school district. As part of our team that we're putting together is, of course, Mr. Kevin O'Hanlon, managing partner of the firm, and he's also the inception of the firm. He was former Texas Education Agency General Counsel. We're also proposing Mr. Benjamin Castillo, who's here with us today. Mr. Castillo is also a partner in the firm, the Castillo of the O'Hanlon, Demarest, and Castillo. And we're putting them forward as your primary team that we want to put forward with you. That's not to say the entire rest of the firm isn't here to help you. Of course we are. But we want to make sure you know who you're talking to day in, day out. We want to make sure you build a relationship with the person who's here going to your board meetings, going to meet with your administrators, and that's going to be Mr. O'Callaghan and Mr. Benjamin Castillo. And we believe that putting that team forward brings both a balance of expertise, of experience, but also brings with you a lot of young energy and blood with Mr. Castillo being here at the forefront. But in addition to Mr. Castillo and Mr. O'Hanlon, we do have the rest of the team. And the rest of the team includes really an all-star cast of attorneys in our school system, in our law firm. Ms. Christy Godden, for example, she was the former Assistant Attorney General in the state of Texas for open records. Great knowledge and feedback that she's had. Mr. Dave Campbell, he is one of our main litigators, and for litigation purposes, our firm, he is appellate board certified, and he's also one of the rising star super attorneys here in the state of Texas when he comes with that. He's also the one leading if you kept up with the mass litigation that's happening across the state, he's the one leading a lot of these issues with school districts who chose to move forward with that. And so we bring together a really robust team. Mr. Nicholas Maddox, an expert in education, in special education. He deals specifically with special ed and focuses most of his work just on special ed. And all of us bring something unique, but we bring something that is meaningful to the clients that we work with. And we'll be talking more about our availability and how we work with that. At this time, though, I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Ms. Priscilla Lozano, and she'll talk a little bit about our financial and pricing model.
Mr. President, trustees, again, thank you for having us here today. I'm going to talk, as I then said, a little bit about our financial proposal. As you heard him say, we do have quite a diverse and very experienced team, and because of that, we can offer legal services with quite efficiency. And because we can be efficient in the rendition of our services, we can also be more cost effective. And we do not overbill. We know what our roles are so that we aren't duplicating efforts. As you can see from the materials that were provided to you, the rates are set forth there. We will do everything that we can to stay at those rates. Our primary goal is to be cost efficient without sacrificing the quality of our legal advice. It's in terms of billing, it's very simple, straightforward billing. We bill by the 10th of an hour, so every 6 minutes, and we will prepare our bills in a manner that suits Socorro best. In other words, if you would like us to bill by departments, if you would like us to bill by who contacts us, or any other method that you can think of, that's how we prepare our bill. And it's very transparent. We can bill by the matter if that's what you like. And we have a very clear description of the services that are provided. We don't bill for quick calls if we can answer it. And again, that goes back to the knowledge base that comes with our team. If we can answer it quickly, we're not going to bill for that, and we aren't going to bill travel. So the other thing that we would mention is if you would prefer flat fee rates, we're always willing to negotiate a flat fee type arrangement, whether that's monthly flat fee or whether it's for a particular type of service. Some of our clients do, for example, attend board meetings for a particular retainer or answer phone calls for a particular retainer. So the bottom line is we're willing to talk to you about what would best meet your needs. Thank you.
So yes, so another thing I wanted to talk to you guys about, like Mr. Ramirez mentioned, we have locations all over the state of Texas. We have an office in North Texas, in Austin, in San Antonio, and South Texas. I know one of the questions that was posed to us is how do we contemplate providing legal services to you guys if we're outside of El Paso? Well, one thing that I can say as a partner of the firm, that if we are selected, we will open an office here in the area so you guys could have a local firm. Our goal for every client is to make y'all feel like you are our only client. So by doing that, we will put the resources, if given the opportunity to work with y'all, into this area to ensure that you guys feel that you're getting the attention that y'all deserve. And then Ms. Smith.
Good evening, trustees. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what we would do as a firm if we are selected by Socorro ISD. We are going to commit 100% of our firm to 100% of your legal issues. You will have access to every single member at our firm if that is what you choose to do. One thing that we're known for and we pride ourselves on is being available 24/7. The attorneys that you work with in our firm, you will have access to their cell phone line, and you could call us at any time, 24/7, 3 a.m., 6 a.m., 3 p.m. It doesn't matter. We're here to serve you. We're here to cover 100% of the items that you need us to cover, the meetings, any types of legal issues. I want to also talk to you tonight a little bit about our process and approach. As Mr. Castillo mentioned, it is our main goal to ensure that you all feel as if you are our only client. And in that, the spirit of what we like to bring to you as a client is developing a process and an approach to providing services that matches exactly what you need here. You guys already have great systems in place. You know what you're doing. We want to seamlessly incorporate our services in with what you are already doing. We are happy to create any type of plan that would work well with the district, anything. We don't come to you with a protocol and a process that must be followed. We are led by what the goals and achievements that the district would like to see happen. Again, most important thing to us, we want you all to feel as if you are our only client.
And so with that being said, we hope that what we presented to you, I know there's a lot of fit in 15 minutes in a presentation, and there's so much more that we can, I think, answer to you based on questions you might have. But I think that the spirit of our firm is that we're here very willing and very able to commit not just our resources and to open up an office, but that we work the way Socorro ISD needs to work, and we incorporate ourselves into what you're doing. We think we have the experience, the qualifications, the team, and the one-stop shop that you're going to get everything you need from our firm here at Socorro ISD.
So that concludes
Thank
our
you.
presentation.
Perfect. At this time, we'll have 10 minutes to ask questions. We're probably going to need that much, but we'll go ahead and do our best.
Yes, sir.
Michael,
Morales.
Mr. Nahara, go ahead.
Mr. Castillo, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Castillo, if y'all were to open an El Paso office, who would staff that office?
We would look at hiring local attorneys. I know you guys have a lot of local talent here. We would work with your local bar and see who would be a good fit. Me and Kevin, we're transient. I travel all the time. I live in the valley, but I'm never home. Hopefully this is not streamed so my wife can't see. But so me and Kevin, even though we have bases, we are all over the state essentially. But we would staff it with local attorneys.
Mr. Castillo, are you familiar with, I believe somewhere along the lines, you all would be present at our board meetings, our special board meetings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I think I heard someone say there would be no travel expenses. So as frequent as those are, because there's 4 of them, today's the one of 4 in about 3 weeks, you all realize the commitment that you're making with that no travel?
We do.
Okay. Also, I noticed that you all have a superintendent search firm. Have you all ever recruited a sitting superintendent of one of your clients for one of your superintendent search opportunities?
No, sir.
Okay.
And we generally put that in our agreements when our current clients or any district requests us to do a search. There's generally a provision in there. You can't recruit within 3-5 years. So no, we do not.
Okay. Have you ever done any work with any of the districts in the El Paso area?
Yes, sir. Currently, we work with Canutillo ISD, and we do work for El Paso ISD.
Okay, so you're the second law firm, I believe, that said those same 2 districts. So what do you do for them?
We do the special ed services for Canutillo ISD, and we do, for example, the mass litigation. We represented El Paso ISD in that. And we did a couple of special projects for El Paso ISD, namely the whole getting out of TRS using the District of Innovation process. That was us.
Okay. 2nd one that says that as well. So.
Well, I guarantee you it was me. You could ask the superintendent.
Okay. I think that's it.
So if we have to use, let's say we go with your firm and let's say we need to use a special education attorney, there's going to be no expense for that attorney to come and travel down here should that
No,
be
we
needed?
don't bill for travel.
Okay.
And we have that arrangement with a lot of our clients, so we understand the commitment and we're used to it. Our commitment to public education, to the school districts that hire us, is we eat that cost to provide the service.
As far as the rate, I believe we spoke about the rate earlier. In all honesty, you're the highest as far as the presentations that we've had thus far. We just wondered, is there an average you can do? Is there any wiggle room as far as what your rate is?
Yes, sir. Of course. We're open to discussing that with the board. Like Ms. Lozano said, we're even open to discussing a flat fee. There's some clients that we have that have a straight flat fee for all of our services. If we do enter into that type of agreement, we ask to review some of your past billings just to have an idea of how much work, legal work you generally have. But yes, everything is negotiable as far as what we submitted on the hourly rate. If that's too high for y'all, we're more than happy to come down.
Thank you. That's the only question I have.
Mr. Castillo, so if you all aren't going to bill travel expenses, why does your proposal say travel expenses actual rate and mileage standard IRS rate?
Yeah, that's just boilerplate language. It's in our proposal, but I'm telling you up here that we will not bill for travel expenses.
Okay, sounds good.
No further questions? Well, thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for your time.
You all have safe travels home.
Thank you.
God bless. Are they nearby? Are they? And our final firm is going to be Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, Russo, and Gallo PC. believe that, yes, Walsh. Walsh, Gallegos, Trevino, yeah, that's it, Trevino. Oh. Russo, no. Good evening.
Evening.
We already announced you, but I'll go ahead and let you know you'll be allowed to have a 50-minute presentation with a 10-minute Q&A. Welcome. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Board President, members of the board, administration, if you're ready, we'd like to go ahead and start here. I know it's been a long evening. So first, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to visit with you tonight. I know you've heard from several school lawyers, and I want to share with you that we appreciate the chance to be here visiting with you at Socorro ISD tonight. I'm Eric Rodriguez, and if you have any questions for me, please just call me Eric. My team here will introduce themselves here in a moment, but I just wanted to start with this statement. I said a moment ago that you've heard from lots of school lawyers tonight, and I really want to emphasize that term at this moment, right? We are school lawyers. I say that with pride, and I think you're going to hear that from the team tonight, because for us, that connotes not just legal services, not just the work that we perform, but I think it connotes also relationship. We recognize and value the relationships that we have with our clients. So I want to share with you a little bit of our profile of the firm, and then I'd like an opportunity for my colleagues to introduce themselves individually and kind of give you their personal story as well. So at Walsh Gallegos, we have been in the service of public schools for almost 40 years now. And understand those are relationships that we've held with many school districts, including work that we've held with Socorro ISD in the past, very much in the support and the service of the public school work that you do on a day-to-day basis, and that your administrators and your campus administrators handle on a day-to-day basis. So you can see in our materials here that our focus is almost exclusively school law. It's not an area of law that I certainly encountered in law school back when I attended law school. It's not an area that I sort of pursued explicitly. It's something that I came upon happily because, as I said earlier, this is a kind of work that very much encourages relationships between lawyers and school board members, school administrators in the service of public school kids on a day-to-day basis. So we hold that in high regard as a motivation for our work. So I wanted to emphasize that for the board and for the administration listening this evening. You can see in our materials that we do work with over 500 clients in the state of Texas. Now, I have to emphasize that for many of the clients that each of us works with individually, we have established relationships, communication protocols, and we provide personalized attention to to all of our clients, because we recognize that you see a number like that, 500 plus clients, you see a number like that, you think, well, how do you stretch yourselves to serve all of these school districts? But understand that many of the clients that we work with, whether they're large school districts, like school districts we work with in the El Paso area, or small school districts that I work with in the El Paso area as well, or other parts of Texas, we spent some time with the leadership team, with the board, to set out what the communication protocols are that you would expect, what kind of follow-up you expect, how much certain attention that you certainly need to ensure that your work is being met and done on a day-to-day basis in service of the kids that you serve in your school district. Some other features of our firm that I want to highlight for you: we have 6 offices in the state. Recently added Amarillo. We did that right before the pandemic, and we're able to sustain that over the pandemic, and that's because of the fact that we operate as a team. Now, we have a team here that's before you, that's presenting for you this evening. Our bench certainly runs deeper. You can see we have over 50 attorneys in our law firm, all dedicated in the support and service of public schools. And there's a benefit to that with our firm, because recognize, I'm not one of the founding members of the law firm, certainly not, but worked with Jim Walsh, worked with other attorneys, school lawyers, who really laid the groundwork for school law, who have provided mentorship, who have provided support for our team, and have really shown the importance of establishing relationships with our clients to ensure that the services are being provided in a way that meets your needs, but that furthers your mission at the school district. You see on the slide there our explicit mission, and that is to help the people that certainly serve the kids, and our purpose is to do that work. I can tell you anecdotally, my experience in my work, I've focused primarily in special education litigation and Section 504 work, student issues, and I have a work in employment areas and in providing support to school boards. Now, the day-to-day work very much involves regular communication with your school administration, campus leaders, sometimes meeting with campus-based teams to ensure that compliance is met. In my work with respect to special education services and 504 issues, but to also ensure that regular communication is occurring between the team members at the campuses, any administrators at central administration, but also with parents and people in the community, right? That goes a little bit beyond the legal work and the legal expertise that we're talking about, but we're certainly sensitive that at a school district, certainly the size of Socorro ISD, that you want to make sure that you retain a very personal connection with the families that you support and that you provide services to in your community, and we recognize that that's important, and so it's very important for us to ensure that we're following up and communicating with our school district administrators and clients on an efficient and an immediate matter, depending on the case at hand. So we certainly apply that in terms of supporting our mission to help those who help the kids. All right, one of the aspects of our work that I think we all enjoy as far as our team here, certainly that I enjoy, is that we spend a lot of time providing professional development and legal training to many of our clients, and we do that on a pretty regular basis. I have provided services, for example, in-service training and professional development for some of my clients here in the El Paso area in the last month, and in the last 6 months I have done that in the Gulf Coast area, down in the Rio Grande Valley, down in Central Texas. I'm also licensed in New Mexico and provide that kind of support for New Mexico clients. So you see that there's an emphasis there in educating, providing legal education and support to our clients as well, because we want to make sure you are up to date and up to speed with the ever-changing legal requirements, the evolving nature of some of the policies that your administrators have to apply on a day-to-day basis. And so that's an important feature of the work that we provide and are committed to provide effectively and efficiently for your school district. Now, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my team members here so that they can introduce themselves individually and kind of explain to you a little bit of the nature of the work that they provide individually and share with you the bigger picture of the work we do at Walsh Gallegos.
Good evening, board. It's a pleasure to be in front of you tonight, and also a great honor for me to be back in my home city of El Paso. My name is Destiny Guessing. I was born and raised here in El Paso by an educator who continues to serve the education community of El Paso. I focus primarily in facilities and business, construction procurement, as well as special programs like ESSER, E-rate, EDGAR, things of that nature. So it's again a pleasure to be in front of you, and I'll go ahead and let Katie take over.
Before I went to law school, I was a 7th grade language arts teacher in Houston. As a school lawyer, I have some appreciation for the very difficult and important job that teachers do every day. So since then, it has been my honor for the last 12 years to represent school districts across the state of Texas in state court, in appellate courts, in federal courts in the western, the southern, the northern districts of Texas, having argued successfully at the Fifth Circuit. School districts face all sorts of unexpected issues, and when they need litigation services, we are there. The other aspect of my practice is working with boards as board counsel, and that is maybe a little bit more of the fun part of the job, getting to do some of the team of 8 training, helping boards build their policies to avoid litigation. And again, thank you all for this opportunity tonight.
My name is Eddie Hernandez Perez. I'm an attorney in our San Antonio office. I am also in the Facilities and Business Transactions Department, like my colleague Destiny. My legal career, Eric mentioned not knowing what school law was when he was in law school and kind of finding his way to this wonderful area of work. Like Katie, I started my professional career as a 5th grade teacher at San Antonio ISD. I was a bilingual teacher. And so when I'm helping facilities, folks in your facilities department, other administrators work through seemingly non-educational aspects, HVAC, procurement, things like that, I understand what the real world implication of having a hot classroom on a Texas day. So I like to think that I bring that element of understanding that the ground level, what the work that we do means to the students, teachers, and families. So it's a pleasure to be with y'all tonight.
All right, I'm going to quickly talk to you all about the scope of services that we provide. We are a full-service school law firm. We do all of the normal stuff that I'm sure you all have heard about this evening, so I'm just going to hit some of the high points. On the governance piece, I know you all will not need this service for a long time because you are going to have a wonderful, long relationship with Dr. Carmen that you just brought on, but we have added superintendent search services to the services that we provide school districts, and that has really enhanced our relationships with boards because it is the most important decision that you all make as board members, we feel. But again, we know you won't need that for 20, 30 years in the future. One of the other things that we do a lot of in governance work, sitting with boards when they are hearing grievance appeals. We sometimes represent and sit with the administration, but we also sit with the board and advise them on those grievance appeals. I think some people think that redistricting work is maybe specialized, not school law work, but we do that as well. Eddie has helped several school districts across the state of Texas with their redistricting. Special education, I think our reputation probably precedes us there. Jim Walsh is known as one of the special education experts in the state of Texas and has been for the last 30-some years. We have a deep bench that includes Eric Rodriguez. Those folks go to contentious ARD meetings and make them end up in resolution and avoid litigation. When it has to be done, they represent school districts in due process hearings and in federal appeals as well. On the employment side, again, full service, employee grievances, everything from hiring to firing, and all the way up to the Commissioner of Education and federal courts as well. On the facilities and business side, Eddie is being modest, but I will say that he has done, I think, over 100 Chapter 313 agreements for school districts across the state of Texas, which has really helped lots of districts bring really great opportunities home for their students. Destiny also does a lot of real estate and construction for our school districts. And then on the litigation side, we do, primarily we end up defending school districts when they are called into court. But we go on the offensive when our districts need us to. We've done a little bit of that in the last year on some of the mask mandate litigation and have gotten some good results for our clients. Specifically, just to hit, this is the kind of the more full list of the services that we offer. I'll hit a couple of things there. Immigration law, because we have 55 attorneys,
We have somebody who has a specialty in almost everything. So if you need an H-1B visa, if I can't do it and help you with that issue, I know exactly the person in our firm that can. We have lots, some of the other specialty issues that might come up, bankruptcy. We have attorneys that have a background in bankruptcy. It's not something you would normally think a school district might need, but if you need it, we've got it. Again, our special education and Section 504 services for students, I think our reputation precedes us. And that brings up an important point as well that I'm sure you all may have questions later, is the scope of our services. While we are full service, we also have long-term relationships with school districts that have in-house counsel or that might have a panel system where we're one of many law firms that provide services to the district, and we are flexible in doing all of those things and love working with in-house counsel and working with other local counsel as well.
So Eric touched on this point earlier. He mentioned that we work as a team, and what that means is not just us working as a team, but integrating into your team. And so when we communicate with clients, it's always front of mind to make sure that we are not operating independently, but that we work to complement you. That means working around your schedule, and really what that means is getting to know your schedule, knowing what your deadlines are, understanding that your schedule shifts over time. You may have a board meeting on the same day every month, but your procurement cycle is going to look different. Your construction cycle is going to look different. If there, heaven forbid, if there's a TEA audit or if there's a special investigation that's needed, your schedule is going to look a lot different, very differently. So more than anything, we get to know every client, and we look forward to getting to know you and your schedule so that we can be strategically partnered and make sure that we answer your questions in a timely manner. On the Walsh Gallegos side, we operate as a team. We have to operate as a team. We're over 50 attorneys working on behalf of school districts, and so in order to continue to serve those many clients, we need to work collectively as a team. So as a school district, you may interact with 1 or 2 point people from our firm, but just know, as Katie mentioned, if the folks that you're reaching out to don't have an answer for you, they may not have an expertise in the field that you need assistance in, they'll reach out to those folks and they'll help put together a team to answer those questions. Is that time? Should we go ahead and start wrapping up?
Basically the time for your presentation. And at this time, we have 10-minute Q&A. And we can.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Any question, Mr. Mena?
Yes. Will you be willing to? You say you will move an office to El Paso.
Well, we are certainly open to any arrangement that gets you the most efficient and effective service and timely service. And so while I do think an option such as looking for space in El Paso is certainly on the table, we have made arrangements with school districts who are outside of our San Antonio area, for example, where we work on arranging schedules such as we can be there in person when you need to prepare the agenda, say, for the meeting, review any contentious items that might be discussed at any upcoming meetings. If we're looking at grievance hearings, the level hearings, or if we're looking at other kinds of meetings where you need the personal approach, in-person attendance with your administration, we will absolutely take into consideration the most effective way to get somebody to you. Absolutely.
Will you, if you do move an office to El Paso, will you hire attorneys in El Paso, or will you move some of the attorneys from your offices?
It's absolutely critical and important to make sure that we have people in place who understand the area. That's very critical. So I do think that could include identifying someone here. I think that could include identifying someone else in the firm who has a connection with El Paso. Obviously it's difficult to say exactly what that profile would look like, but highly critical that we have people who are connected with the area. I'll give you by way of example, we have attorneys in our Rio Grande Valley office who are very connected to the Rio Grande Valley area. Same thing in Austin, same thing in Irving, same thing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. That is certainly a consideration in where we staff and the profiles we consider when hiring talent and considering how to appropriately use the professionals and the talent that we have on our team.
Now, my next question, we are a huge school district and growing. We will be the largest here in a few years. What is your largest school district that you represent now?
We have several large districts that we work with. We work with Northside ISD. We also work with.
So you work with them or you represent them solely?
We represent these school districts, including large school districts like Northside, other school districts in the Houston area who are very large. You have other school districts that you'll work with? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Rodriguez or Mr. Morales?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Rodriguez, do you have other El Paso School District clients?
Yes, I work with several El Paso School District clients, small clients and larger clients. So in the last several weeks, for example, I've done professional development and I've provided legal services for Fabens, for Tornillo, and I've done some work for El Paso ISD for many years now, primarily in the special education area, in the special education field. So that's in the context of professional development and direct cases involving disputes and issues and those kinds of things. So in fact, pre-pandemic, very briefly, pre-pandemic, I was traveling to El Paso on a fairly routine basis and serving clients over in this area.
Rodriguez, so if you already have El Paso clients, why don't you already have an office here?
Well, I have clients all over the state of Texas, including in New Mexico. And so, for example, I work with clients in the Corpus Christi area who oftentimes understand that while I may not have a local office presence, they know I can give them the direct guidance they need regarding their particular issue, typically a special education or 504 issue. And they understand that my consideration for them and the attention I'm going to give them is going to be timely, it's going to be responsive, it's going to be thorough, and it's going to address their particular need. And it's going to be with the effort of understanding that they need to get moving along with respect to whatever issues are going on at their campus. They don't need the lawyers or the advocates in the way of the mission that they're pushing, that they're engaging in serving their kids.
Who would be the presence in the district at our board meetings, at our special board meetings?
Our primary contacts would be me. Your primary contacts would be me and Tony Resendez, who is another one of our shareholders, and his profile is in the materials that you have as well. And so Tony Resendez also works with other school districts and school boards in the state of Texas, and he has quite a bit of experience in serving as board counsel as well. Now, that being said, we also have our team here who is available and who can assist. And so we would want to meet with your leadership team and with you to understand who would be the individuals that you would certainly want to know you can contact when needed in advance of meetings, or to understand who is going to participate at your meeting and ensure that that relationship is nurtured and that there's a connection there. Because as I started this discussion, I think primarily our concern is to make sure that the relationship is forged in a strong way from the get-go. And I do think that includes having a conversation with the team to understand each other's personalities, understand each other's strengths, and understand what you need by way of a communication protocol and who you need to be present at your meetings. So I think that's the discussion that we have.
I just want to speak to Mr. Resendez. Fast-growing district, that comes with a lot of growth.
Jessing, do you mind stepping up to the mic, please? Thank you.
So that enhanced growth, when we're expected to be one of the largest districts, if not the largest district in the city of El Paso, that means we need more facilities. And one thing that Mr. Resendez has really spearheaded for our firm is the development of our bond program. So that comes with growth. And that's just something I wanted the board to consider, seeing as we have had in-depth experience with the most recent bond elections that actually just happened this past weekend. We've handled small bonds, large bonds, so really full scale to meet the district's needs and what they need to support their growth.
Mr. Rodriguez, none of the other out-of-town firms who have presented tonight were going to charge us for travel expenses. Your slide lists 2 hours of travel each way to and from San Antonio. Is that something y'all are willing to waive?
We're willing to discuss that. That's an arrangement that we have with several large school districts who are outside of the San Antonio area. And so we've tried to approach that with the sensitivity that travel costs can get become a distraction and can get expensive. But when you look at our rates as well, our attorney rates and our hourly fees as compared to other firms, we believe we are very competitive in that area as well. So you understand, we try to approach it as the value that we think we can bring to serving your school district. But of course, we can always continue that discussion and negotiate that, sir.
I'm glad you brought up your rates, because at 716, you all are the most expensive firm. So are you all willing to negotiate those rates as well?
I think we can also discuss that, Mr. Nahida. I understand that we have made arrangements with certain school districts as it relates to certain expenses, including travel expenses. And so I think we approach that individually. And like I said, we want to make sure that we have a conversation with your leadership and you, and understand what it is that you expect by way of presence in person. And then we can look at what that impact would be in terms of expenses and costs, so that we can all come to a fair resolution.
Mr. Rodriguez, when would you expect that conversation to happen? Because here we are about to, and I think we would want to understand what our fees are going to be before, we select a firm, because every single one of the firms that have presented tonight are well qualified. As a matter of fact, everybody who has come here before you all have said that about all the firms, which is great, and so when would we know exactly what the best, remembering that you all are the most expensive, when would we know what the actual rate is so that we can make an informed decision? Because if every single one of the firms agrees that every single one of the firms is well qualified,
sure,
then the only thing we have to base our decision on is cost. And right now you're you're ahead of the wrong end.
Well, I mean, I guess what I would say is that I think what we bring is a history and the institutional knowledge that comes with school law and the work we do, and we think there's certainly a value to that. I think that the rates as they are carefully thought out, are carefully crafted, such as we try to accommodate both the travel and the hourly arrangement. Now, I would also point out that many of our clients enjoy the structure of the retainer agreement, because a retainer agreement provides for unlimited phone calls, correspondence, communications with a designated administrator, or it could be school board members, or a local council, or other authorized users. And that's where oftentimes much of the questions are answered. Oftentimes, that's where a lot of the decisions are processed and made, are through those communications that are covered under our annual retainer program. So what I would say is that at this point, our fees and our rates and the discounts by way of the travel minimization of those costs, that is our fee structure at this point. And I'd love to continue that discussion some more, but at this point, this is what we are proposing.
I just have one more. So, with you and Mr. Descendez being the primary presence in the district, our board meetings, our special board meetings, those would be billed to us by you all at $3.35 an hour?
They would be billed at the rates that we are currently posting. That's correct.
Well, $3.15 until $7.16, which is then $3.35. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nahida. Appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any other questions for? Apparently not.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and you all have safe travels. God bless.
Thank you. I'll appreciate the time with you.
If there isn't any further business for the board, the meeting will be adjourned. The time is 10:12.